How is everyone doing tonight? So tonight's stream is going to be a little bit more relaxed than the normal ones. Not doing much building because we're kind of in the home stretch here. And at this point, I'm just going to be wrapping up. I'm going to be putting the screen on. So we actually have a little screen. I'll be showing you a fun little way to do that. And then we're just going to be moving on to some configuration stuff. I'm still waiting on the proper bed and whatnot. So I can't really finish it until everything's in. So tonight just going to be playing around with some configs, going through some settings that I like to tweak in Cura, and finalizing the actual Klipper configuration for the printer. Because right now, if you were here last week, it's pretty much copy and pasted from another printer. So we're going to be tuning it specifically to our printer here. So let's see here. Make sure everything's good. Yes, hopefully there are no sparks tonight. The only thing we're hooking up is a screen. So other than that, I don't think we should have to worry about any issues with sparks. So let's see here. Okay, so let me just get one thing ready here. Okay. So yeah, so tonight is going to be a lot of QA. So I figure while I'm just kind of fiddling with the configuration and whatnot, if you have any questions about any part of Voron or your builds or printers or whatever, let them loose. I'll do what I can to help. But tonight's going to be a very sort of no goal night. We're just going to play around with the printer for a few hours and see what we get out of it. So I'll probably print something, but again, I won't be finalizing it until the bed comes in. So first thing we are going to be doing is, let's see, ooh, those colors are bad. Let me fix this. So the first thing we're going to be doing is installing our little mini 12864 screen here, the FISEC one. There we go. So this is the standard screen now. This is the spec screen for Voron. So it is a bit smaller than your the screen we used to always use, which was the old, was it 12864 everyone's used to. This is the mini one. So that's the spec in 2.4. And let's see here. Whoop. Make that back smaller. There we go. So we have the case printed here. So the first thing I'm going to do is put it into the case. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this actually has to be done a certain way. So I'm going to pull up the manual here, because in case you didn't know, the V2.4 manual is out now. So if you're stuck in a part of your build, the manual is out. Okay, let me check up on the chat here. Hello, everyone. Today my ABS spool arrives. Happy printing. You can use the 2.4 gantry on the 2.2 Z drives. Yes, you can use the 2.26 back here is using the 2.4 gantry, and it still has the 2.2 Z drives. I swapped out the upper idlers to a pre-release version, but the lower motor module is still the 2.2, so that is compatible. On the new screen, is there a way to use the SD slot? No, it's the way Klipper is, unfortunately. I don't believe Klipper supports SD slots. You can select files that are previously loaded onto it through the SD or through the controller, but you can't actually load an SD card into it. I think there's a way of doing it with a virtual SD card. I'm not 100% sure, though. Yes, you can just do take your 2.2 and swap the 2.4 gantry in. It's a drop-in replacement. There is like a point, like a fraction of, or it's about a millimeter differentiation in the angle of the belts for your Z. However, it's such a small thing. It's like 0.01 variance over a 250 millimeter print. It's nothing to worry about. So let's see here. I think this is like officially the first time I've ever actually pulled up the Voron manual to assemble anything. Let's see, where is the screen? Because I know I got to put some heat set nuts in here. Exhaust. Did I pass the LCD? Do we not have how to put together the LCD in the manual? Skirt. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so I do need heat sets in. I was wondering. So I got to put some heat sets in here. So let us get soldering iron. Hi, do you really need the button head screws, or could you get away with using all socket heads? There are a few locations that you do need button head screws. It's usually a clearance issue. In some spots, it's not a big deal. Like, if you look at the CAD, if you pull up the file and look at it and see that nothing will interfere with a button head screw or a socket head screw, you probably could use a socket head instead of a button head in a few locations, but I believe there are a few areas where it's a clearance thing. I'm not 100% certain. You would have to look into that. How would I make sure the extrusions don't twist using blind joint? So luckily, I still have my my test piece from the how to do a blind joint video that I put out this week. So for a blind joint, basically, unfortunately, itself can twist. Okay, so if you give it force, it'll spin on you. However, all the extrusions that would have forces applied to them that would make them twist. For example, from the my printer's upside down here. From the upper Z idlers, the motor mount, etc. Those have indexing points in the printed parts that connect to those extrusions. So if you look at the upper Z idler, there's tabs on each end. So it would index between the two. I don't have spare parts for it. Between the two extrusions, so the printed part would keep it from rotating. So that is the one advantage. I got metal shavings everywhere. So that is one of the advantages of using like Masumi corner cubes, because they have the anti-rotation little nubs built into the cube, but they're $40 and you don't really need them because the parts keep the extrusions from rotating to begin with. So yeah. Okay, so again, heat set inserts. Iron at the lowest setting, that'll melt the plastic, so 220 in this case. And just so you know, if I happen to cut out and go dark, we've been having thunderstorms all afternoon here. So only my printers are on a UPS. Unfortunately, the computer is not. So if I suddenly disappear, you know why. in all the corner. If you're referring to parts that rotate, or so if you're referring to if all the corners have parts to prevent them from rotating, no. But only the corners that would have forces that would make them rotate would do. Now, also, once you put your panels on, that will keep like the other random ones from rotating if you ever like grab the printer and pick it up. But actually, I still need this. By actual design, like as my printer is right now, only the corners that would experience twisting forces have printed parts to prevent them from twisting. These ones are going to be fun to put in. So how do I get these in without melting the hell out of this? Yes, when you tighten the screw, you will put a little bit of force that may cause it to twist a little bit. Just hold them straight. What I do is I assemble it on a flat surface, pushing down on everything when I do the final tighten, so that prevents it from twisting. So these ones are going to kind of suck because you got to... How the heck am I going to get these in here? Oh, this is going to be annoying. I think I'm just going to push them from the side. Yeah, that works. Brass transfers heat real good. The only problem is trying to keep it flat. I'll take it. Yeah, honestly, putting these in kind of suck. It's actually not that bad doing it live. It's one of those, redesigning it wouldn't make the part as aesthetically pleasing kind of thing. I think we had drop-in nuts originally at some point, but it made it thicker. It just didn't look as good or something. Like, I mean, that wasn't that hard to put in. Just a little bit of melty plastic, but you won't see it. Okay. I love the smell of burning ABS in the morning, or 8 in the afternoon. Okay, so... there we go. Okay, so... let's see here. Any advice on how to calibrate for ABS printing in terms of target dimensions and fit? If you look in the, if you download all the STLs for 2.4, there are some test prints in there. One of them is some parts that thread together, and another one's a calibration cube. If you can print this cube, or any of the other parts that have a hole in it, and when you take a 625 bearing, it pops in like that, where it's friction fit, it won't fall out, and you just push it in with some minimal force by hand. If you can print that, odds are your printer is calibrated enough to print all your Voron parts without much issue. And this was a cube we printed last week, which was the very first print off this printer untuned. But it's PLA, so it's core and plastic, so it doesn't count. As for temperatures, it really depends on the ABS you're using. I run eSun ABS Plus. I run a 100 degree bed for the first layer, 105 now that I'm using a flex plate. 105 for the first layer, 95 after that. And I run 240 or 245 for the first layer, and then 240 or 235 for every layer after that. Yeah, Jason, that's pretty much it. It's the majority of them are straight pushed down like these ones were. These are the only two that are kind of a pain, and I'm not too worried about it. I am missing a piece. I just realized I don't have the... Did I print it? I don't think I have the part to attach to the frame printed. That ain't good. Under the keyboard? No. I'm going to have to... Oh. Never mind. We're good. I have it. I was going to say I was going to have to run upstairs and slice it and print it. Okay, so we got that. So we put our screen in. Oh, and for these Physec ones, the little tabs for indexing your ribbon cable, which is right here, the little indexing tabs, they're actually backwards. So what you need to do is pull the plastic housing off and flip it around and put it back on. You can just pull them off by hand. At least mine were. I had to flip mine around. So that goes in like that. And then we take our little spacer piece here. And that goes on top. Now, if yours are the style that have, let me find one. I know I have one. So some of these come with these little headers soldered onto them. If yours have the header, you either have to desolder the header or cut the spacer so that it clears. But the one we're using doesn't. So you're all good there. And M312. If you're having layer shifting, usually layer shifting is an issue with, let me see here. It's a full question. Are display covers typically included in PIF? No. Pretty much what's included with PIF is all the parts you need to get your printer functional and printing. Because once you can move it, you can print the rest of the parts. So stuff like the skirts, your panel, the enclosure components, the exhaust fan, you don't really need those to make a printer print. So to save time on, save costs on printed components and shipping, because you're going to need a bigger box with more parts, especially if we include the skirt, those aren't included. So what you do is you basically just print your printer, or build your printer, throw a towel over it and print the other parts, and then build your enclosure, then post a video for a serial. My Prusa Mark III has layer shifting when printing ABS. I believe my PS can't keep up. What do you mean by PS? A power supply, Prusa slicer? What are you referencing there? Bernardo, you have a question? Oh. There we go. Put our knob back on, and this is just friction fit. You could print your own knob if you want a fancy one. But this one has a LED in it. Okay. Let's see, next step here. So I need to attach that. And of course I got some plastic, so I'm going to clear that off. I have to watch, or what? I have to stop watching Star Wars to watch my stream. You don't have 2 monitors? 2 ears? You can do it. I believe in you. Hopefully I don't have to cut anything. My good knife's outside. Otherwise I would just trim the plastic using that. What that screen mount fit on a 2.2 300? It would fit. You might have to tweak the size of the skirts, but I believe it would fit just fine. It might look a little off because it's not designed to mesh with the skirts on it, but it should fit just fine, I believe. There we go. Okay, now I need to get some screws in here. I'm going to take this back off. Just so that might not be an issue. We'll see. M38. Oh god, the M38s. I am running low on M38s. Are these even M38s? When you buy M38s, if you plan on doing other like Voron projects, buy like a bazillion of them. Like literally buy 1,000. Because these are used so often. I'm out. I've got some on the way, but they're not here yet. Which means I gotta raid the silver screws. Okay, so this should fit in there. Oh, this is going to be fun. So that goes in there. Oh, there we go. That works a little bit better. That started. Go over here. Honestly, this is probably one of the biggest pains in the butt of the entire build. Like, it looks really good when it's done, but butterfingers today. There we go. I probably will have a little bit of a gap. Yeah, it's the problem with ball and Allen keys. They get kind of stuck sometimes. There we go. So you're going to want this a little tight so that the, well, that's going to be fun. So that your screen doesn't, you know, flop about. There we go. Okay. So it should be a friction fit to turn it. Oh, the power supply? The Prusa comes with a pretty good power supply. I don't know if it's a Meanwell or whatnot, but it's a pretty good power supply. So it should have no problem being able to do ABS temperatures. More M38s. Steps being a limiting factor, that really kind of went away once we jumped everything to 32-bit or Klipper. That was really only a limiting factor. Now, I'm talking on the average printer. If you're like even a Voron, dual ramps, the steps that you can do with the steps per second that you can do with dual ramps on a Voron is pretty much, you can still outrun the hot end. But that's pretty much, yeah, how fast the MCU could basically tell it to go. Yeah, the Prusa PSU, it's a Delta, okay. But yeah, I should have no problem doing ABS at all. These are loose again. This is going to be fun to keep tight. Should probably Loctite these, actually. If it becomes an issue, I'll do that. Oh my god, I'm so running out of these screws. If it depends how your printer is enclosed. If your printer is fully enclosed, I would want to put another fan on. I don't know if Prusas come with a fan for their stepper drivers, default. Because usually, if you're losing steps, odds are. Like if you print if you have layer shifts, it could be a bunch of things can cause layer shifts. The most common ones I see is either stepper drivers overheating, or you're trying to outrun your hot end. Which if you're running 32-bit, that shouldn't be an issue. Oh, that's crappy. And I don't have the next size up. Oh, that's a bad T-nut. Oh, that's a really bad T-nut. Every now and then you'll get a T-nut where the threads are just garbage in it. Don't be afraid to chuck it. There we go. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to have a little bit of a gap, but just cosmetic. I'm not worried. So right about there. Yeah, it looks even enough. I never use the screens anyways. The only time I really use the screens is if I'm there you go, it's got a screen. If I'm doing filament changes, basically. Okay. They're AliExpress T-nuts. I had like hundreds of them at one point. I'm actually kind of running low. I'm waiting on some to come in. But the thing with the AliExpress ones, they're much cheaper than, like, they're not Masumis. I have Masumi ones. I don't waste those. But the AliExpress ones, yeah, you'll get the odd one. I've had ones that don't even have threading in them at all. I forgot to thread them. So, NearQ, $5. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And as always, thank you. Any donations that I receive pretty much go straight into either stuff for the stream to help make it a little bit better, or Voron stuff. So pretty much all profits go to helping to produce better content for you guys. So thank you. So the fun little thing we're doing today. We are not going to be plugging the screen, which is just another one, into the Taco. Okay. We kind of goofed when it came to the Taco Raven, and you can't really plug a screen into it without having to run your own ribbon cables. Like the pinout's kind of screwed up. So we are actually going to be plugging our screen into a Arduino. We're going to be using this guy as our screen controller. So what this is an Arduino Nano, which you can get them for like $2 or $3 off AliExpress, I believe, attached to a PCB that you can get from like JCL PCB for like $2. It's just a blank PCB with some traces in it. And what that does is it converts the pinout of an Arduino Nano to match your standard expansion 1, expansion 2 type of hookup you'll see on like a ramps or any other 3D printer board. And this will allow you to let the Nano control any screen that is compatible with your common 3D printer boards over USB. So this way, instead of having to get really long ones of these if you want to put your screen somewhere else, or depending on room, these are kind of ugly and a pain to hide. All you got to run now is just a USB cable. Well, you got to hide this too, but so anyways, this just plugs in to the back here. So I believe that's expansion 1. Expansion 2, right? Do I have them right? 1, 2, yep. And then we take our USB cable, plug that into our Raspberry Pi. And that plugs in. And that's how we hook it up. So I've actually had this hooked up before. So I am kind of cheating again. I'm doing stuff off stream. But I'll show you how to set everything up, because this is one of the beauties of Klipper and how you can basically just add anything to it as long as you can plug it into a Raspberry Pi and the MCU is supported. So right now I need to find some of those little... I'm running out of stuff here. I'm building too many printers. I do not have any more of those little stick down tabs. Let me take a look here. Nope. Is the frame wobbly, or is it just on an unstable surface? It is on a, I don't know, one of those Costco racks, plastic racks, and it's sitting half on a mat and half off a mat. So, yeah, this is not on a stable surface. Put that damn out of my little zip tie thingies. That's what happens when you do things live, kids. I sworn I had more of these. Or did I use them all last stream? I think I used the last one. Okay, so I'm just going to zip tie it to something else for now. Let's zip tie it to a power cable. No, I can't do that. I really want to mount this to something proper. I don't want to... that'll do. No. I gotta have one somewhere. So embarrassing. Have you ever had Z banding issues with no Vorons? No, I have not. The Z moves on a linear rail straight up and straight down with belts. So the Z wobble effect that you would see from lead screws is not present in a Voron. Now, if you're talking about artifacting from shining a light across a 3D printed part at a 90-degree angle, that is pretty much present in all 3D printers because it's almost impossible to remove every single inconsistency in a 3D printer. I've seen that effect in $3,000 MakerBots. But that's why most people don't take pictures of printed parts with light hitting it at a 90-degree angle. So yeah, in terms of quality, their Z wobble isn't really a thing. Now you can see it in like the V1.8 because that has lead screws if your lead screws are have an issue. But on a standard Voron, you won't be seeing that issue. I wish I had more of those things. Can't believe I ran out. Oh well. So, I'm going to flip this over. Or actually, I'm going to plug it in first, make sure everything's working, and then I'm going to flip it over. Now this is this USB cable I might have to swap out. I think this might just be a power-only USB cable. Nope, we're good. Why are you green? I thought I made you blue. So yeah, so that's the screen there. Let me get a better view of this. So yes, it's upside down. So, shame the Taco Raven didn't become the 2 and the SKR1 would. Yeah, the price of a Taco Raven is definitely not worth building one. They are, and we lost. It would have been cheaper to buy a Duet and Duex. It wasn't a budget option, put it that way. So let me find here, because I know I have the code. I just can't remember where it was. Okay, why aren't you connecting? I'm having Wi-Fi issues here. Oh, I restarted my router, I think. What are my thoughts on the Railcore? It's a completely different design than Voron. If you're fine, it's a fine traditional style CoreXY printer, but it has a moving bed. I don't like how it's kind of harder to enclose versus a V2 because in a Voron everything's meant to be inside the chamber or inside the extrusions. Where on a Railcore it's outside. The top part is, so you need a hat. And there are parts on it that I know you can print, but they really recommend like using machine parts. That portion I'm not really a huge fan of. I'd rather be like a Voron. You can build it all with commercial off-the-shelf parts. You don't need like specially sourced components like the Railcore kind of needs for the machine parts. Now I know you can just use parts that aren't machined, but I prefer to be able to DIY everything. and not have to rely on machine parts that I have to source from some like a custom component essentially. But other than that, like it's a perfectly fine printer. I've never used one, so I can't compare it to a Voron. But yeah, let's try a different cable here. Trying to figure out why. Connect to the Wi-Fi. You think I should just go ahead and try to build a Voron or start with the... So with a 3D printer, oh, okay, now it's blue. Yeah, I had it plugged into a different USB port, so it wasn't showing up. I think that was the issue. Because in Klipper, you need to have the ID correct for the configuration. So since I plugged it into a different USB port, it wasn't showing up properly, and that's why I wasn't booting up. So, here we go. Let me hide my router here, because y'all don't need to see my home Wi-Fi password. So, a fun thing, it's got a NeoPixel in it. As you can see, it's blue now. So with a NeoPixel, we can change it. So, like right now, let's make it red. So that 0. So now when I send this line over to it, it should change to red. And there, it's red. So you can change it to whatever, color you like. And there's a line in the config that will make it whatever color you want on startup automatically. So because everything else is blue, mine's all blue. But you can have, all kinds of funky colors. So yeah, so there we go. So we got a screen on it now. So now we're going to move on to some configuration, playing around. So it'll just be a moment here while I make some room. Shut down. Okay, so back to the Ender question. If I had never owned a 3D printer before, and I was just interested in the idea of the hobby, would I build a Voron? No. I would actually go spend the $200 and buy an Ender and toy with the idea, because if I was already invested in the hobby and I knew for sure I was going to be spending some time doing the hobby, I would I'd recommend build a Voron. But it's a pretty big investment, and it's going to take you a few months to build it because you're going to have to wait for everything to come in. So what I would actually recommend is buy your $200 Ender and play around with that for a while, and then if you find you like printing stuff, either find uses for it or you just like printing, knickknacks for around the house or whatever, and then you find you do want more, then build the Voron. Because you'll be able to flip the Ender for a decent price. And you can tune up an Ender with a few steps and a few component changes to get it printing ABS. So you'll be able to practice printing on your Ender, get it printing ABS, print your Voron parts, and then build your Voron. So... But yeah, that's personally what I would do. I started with a Monoprice Select Mini. And I printed all the parts for my V1 on a Monoprice Select Mini. But I didn't buy that looking to build into Voron. I bought it because it was the cheapest 3D printer we could get in Canada at the time. Because even up here, an Ender is still like $330, $400 last I checked. Okay, let's get this guy up on the bench. So what I'm going to be doing is, before we start printing, I'm going to put a spool holder on this thing, because the way I had it set up last week was ghetto. So I have some printed parts here that we are going to need. Any thoughts of the Galileo? The Galileo looks to be pretty cool. I personally don't have one. Oh yeah, I got to retighten these belts. I just have standard afterburners, but it is panning out pretty well and looks to be a pretty interesting little project. I'll probably wait until it stabilizes a bit before going and getting one or building one. But yeah, it is definitely an interesting idea and concept, and I endorse it, if you put it that way. If you're looking for a link to the Voron Discord, just go to vorondesign.com, and there's links to the Discord in the under community, I believe it is. So right now I'm actually just zip tying up these extra pieces of belt. No, I might have cut that one too short. No, we're good. Yeah, I'll probably look into getting or building one later. I just was waiting for it to stabilize, because I wanted to build a stock Voron first for the stream, because I've never actually built a stock Voron. Every Voron I have is like a mishmash of parts from different revisions and whatnot. So this is actually the first like stock Voron I have, even though it doesn't use stock under the hood components. Okay. So we are reusing, now if you don't know, I don't use the filtered inlet, or the exhaust filter for my printers, because I print a lot of ABS. I keep that enclosed the entire time I'm printing. It keeps the chamber temperatures up, keeps fumes out, and you basically just wait until the temperatures drop before opening it up, and it keeps most of the smell and the fumes and the VOCs in. So I still use the original V2.0 Bowden inlet. So that's what I use. It's not stock size, but it was a not stock but common V1 size frame. Because remember, this was a V1 frame originally. Ooh, I gotta open this hole. Where are my Allen keys? Yeah, shipping is quite expensive up here. For the most part, you can buy everything off AliExpress. Misumi, you can buy the Misumi extrusions, actually for not a bad price. I've got some on the way. But basically, Misumi, you pay their price, obviously, plus exchange rate, which is actually better than what normally stuff is up here. Because up here you normally pay, if you find something on Amazon Canada and look it up on Amazon US, you find out you're basically paying exchange rate plus like another 20%, which sucks. So you pay for the extrusions, you pay the exchange rate, and then you got to pay shipping. I live in Southern Ontario. I believe it's like $30 or $40 to ship the extrusions. 30 or 40 US, by the way. So. I'll have that, and then I'll do that, yeah. Does the chamber not get too hot without the exhaust fan? So with the exhaust fan, a lot of people only really use it. Oh, that's going to be annoying. At the end of a print. So they'll run their print, and then they'll use the exhaust fan to purge it to help the parts cool down quicker. I had some hammerheads. Where are the forbidden hammerheads? But yeah, the fan is really... Some people are really worried about fumes, so they run the exhaust fan straight outside. You don't need to do that. But for the most part, the exhaust fan is mostly used by people to help things cool down after a print, or if you're printing PLA and you don't take your side panels off. It used to be you kept your exhaust fan on because PLA likes air movement. So we'll put that about there. You'll see what I'm doing in a minute. Now I run my, I think design is to have them up where they're like have your filament spool there now. Let me see where I don't have it open. I mount mine in the front because where I keep my printers is a pretty shallow desk, so I keep them up at the front. So turn this sideways. And then I need some PTFE tube. Cheap PTFE tube. So, if you didn't know, you put the PTFE tube into your spool holder. And a lot of people are like, why are you putting PTFE tube? The problem with a lot of spool holders is friction. So you see people getting all kinds of fancy with bearings and whatnot. PTFE is really slippery and it's pretty hard and it doesn't wear out easily. So what you do is you put it through your spool holder and the spools ride on the PTFE, so it's slippery, less friction, and it doesn't wear out as easily. And it's easily replaceable if it does wear out. So that's a pro gamer move there. And then you just use a screw. I think it's a M40. Yeah, it's an M40 to hold it in. Do you have chamber temperature sensor? I don't. Let's see here. What's the full question? What I do, I have a routine, and I know how long it takes my printer to get to temperature. Most warrants about 10 minutes. But if you're curious on what your actual temperature is in the chamber, heat up your chamber with your tool head about in the middle, and just see what your hot end temperature reads, because it's got a thermistor in it, and that'll give you a relatively accurate chamber temperature. Or you can buy like another thermistor and simply just put that somewhere in your chamber and hook it up as another thermistor on your board. I do that on this guy. I have a separate thermistor in the bed plate itself, separate from the thermistor in the mat, so I can read the temperature of the steel or the aluminum plate, not the temperature of the heater. Might have to vise this in. There we go. Oh, I see. I got it wrong. They changed the design of this. Why do we keep changing designs? Used to use a longer screw to attach these. Now it's a shorter one. Okay. Yeah, M20. Okay. There we go. M5 T-nut. Hernsel 1111, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Still got lots of stuff on the way from Ali, but these videos are great and will continue to be helpful. I am glad they are helping you. That's why I do them. So I definitely appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Hope everything arrives in a timely manner and you can get on with your build. Because nothing is worse than waiting on parts. Well, in today's climate, there's a lot of things worse. But there are things worse. Okay. So there we go. And of course, my good knife is outside. So, let's see here. Do I have another knife? No. Where can you source Ali except for, or Voron except for English. Where can I source the Voron except AliExpress? So if you go on our, there is a sourcing guide for some of the, pretty much all the Vorons and all the components. But unfortunately, there are pretty much a lot of stuff that's the easiest way to source it is AliExpress. If you're not sourcing it off AliExpress and you're sourcing everything from like Amazon or whatever, a lot of those components you pretty much are buying. They're the same components. You're just paying a reseller to bring them into your country. I know that's quite common for a lot of components. Where you'll think you're supporting local by buying it from a local seller, but in reality you're just paying somebody to resell you an AliExpress component. It is quite common. Oh, the bed. You noticed the bed. Okay, so I think I covered it on the last stream, but I am using compressed fiberglass standoffs that I made. So what they are, it's fiberboard. Yeah, that's too small. So it's an insulator. So that's what I'm using as the bed standoffs. So I just cut little pucks out of them and put a hole in the middle. I'm just trying it out. So what are the advantages of the PTFE? So apparently some people are starting to have issues with the PTFE one wearing out. V2 parts, by the way, we didn't have the tolerances quite as set, as dialed in as 2.4. That's why I have to drill out that hole. So the PTFE wiring, the sleeving on the wires is thinner, and it's actually more robust than the silicone wires. And then also the it seems to will be lasting longer than silicone wires, because some people are reporting they're having breakages already with the silicone wire. I personally haven't. I'm still using silicone wire. I'm personally one of those that if it ain't broke, I won't change it. So I'm going to keep running silicone until it fails on here, just so we can find out how long it'll take to fail. If I was building new, I'd go to PTFE, but if I already had silicone wire, I would use that. Is there a speed quality difference between the 250 and the 350? The 350, you are going to have to slow down your square corner velocity or jerk settings and your accelerations a little bit, but print quality will be pretty much the same. You just won't be able to run it quite as fast. Yes, if you're using steel nuts here, it would transfer heat. Basically, everything will transfer heat unless you have a perfect vacuum between them, but we need a standoff. So you want to use something that's strong, that won't compress, but is very minimal when it comes to heat transfer. So the little steel nuts that we spec are small enough that you don't have to worry about it. I believe they are stainless steel. I've used Mark 8 extruder gears in the past, stainless steel ones. I did get my hands on some titanium, but I couldn't machine it. It's too big, so I never actually tried that. Titanium would be perfect, but it's not worth it. Again, 3D printer, you don't need to go so hardcore on stuff. I'm going to be back in a minute. I need to go get my knife. We're good. So I'll have the filament come in. And with this guy, I'm going to try having the filament go a little loosey-goosey. Because I don't actually have a long enough Bowden, I think. I think I have some 3mm stuff on the way, but I'm not too sure. Because for the film, if you're using a Bowden tube, and you really should be using a Bowden tube to feed the afterburner, not the Bowden setup, but the afterburner setup with the pocket watch or clockwork. If you're using direct drive, you want to use 3mm ID Bowden tube. You don't want to use the 2mm stuff. Long story short. It's been a long day. So we'll have that go there. That will go there, and then I'll just feed this off the spool. And again, we're sticking with the PLA because it's easy. And it's not closed yet. Because right now it's friction. It's a lot of friction to pull this. Like I can feel this tugging. It's you don't want a lot of friction if you're just guiding the filament down. And really, you only need the Bowden there to prevent basically the filament from whiplashing around and being broken. Yeah, reverse Bowden is what a lot of people call it. I believe that's the common term. Acetal, I'm not too sure of what its heat absorption rate is or heat transference rate is. But I'm using fiberglass. Stainless steel works just fine. So anything that thermally insulates would be a good choice in my opinion. There we go. So I'll just leave that for now. And now, I did mention it last week, but I had the old style upper Z idlers. I went and swapped them out, so I just need to retension my belts. And then we'll get some power in this guy, and we'll do some configuration stuff. Yay, paperwork. So belt tension. And this is my super scientific way of how I tension my belts. Good enough. That's how I do belt tensioning. That's really, as long as they're all even, you can adjust from there. Once they're all even, if you find, you know, it's affecting print quality because they're too sloppy, tighten them up. If they're too tight, you risk breaking plastic parts, but you have to really hulk them down for that. Okay, Jinx, take care, man. I do, all the VODs are up. So if you miss out on the rest of it, which will be a lot of configuring, yeah, just catch it another day. So. Is that eSun PLA? Yes, this is eSun PLA Plus Pine Green. I like the green. It is a nice green. Contrary to what most people believe, I don't have hate against PLA. PLA makes really good things that sit on your desk and do nothing but look pretty. But in terms of functional parts, I would never actually print anything functional out of PLA unless it was meant to use once and I don't know. I just don't like PLA for practical stuff because I work in plastics, so ABS is standard for a reason. Hello, are you the constructor? Of this printer right here, yes. Of Voron, no. I am just the guy who helps out with testing parts and offers input advice. So I am not the designer of the printer. I'm just the guy who builds them and does help videos. What do you like for functional parts? ABS. Because your car is made out of ABS parts for a reason. Or ABS PC or glass-filled polypro. But ABS is pretty common for a reason. Would help if I put my my end stop pin in. I think we'll go with that one. Yeah, good enough. So tonight, I know we angered the printing gods and used blue tape last week. So this week I'm going to try the crappy Amazon PI flex sheet. This is not looking great in terms of it being actual proper PEI, but I'm just going to binder clip this to the bed, and we're going to roll with this tonight and see how she rolls. Because I will try and print something later after we go through all the configuration stuff, but yeah. Yay, binder clips. Why ABS for the Voron part? So, the Voron parts do experience quite a bit of force on a Voron. And it is an enclosed printer. Those are the two reasons you want to use ABS. So, with chamber temperatures that regularly reach 50 degrees Celsius, if your printer was PLA, you would have parts fail. I've straight up seen parts printed on Vorons out of PLA completely like disintegrate. PETG doesn't have quite the mechanical properties that you really want personally as a 3D printer. PETG is very springy, and when it breaks, it shatters. Whereas an ABS part, I've run a Voron with a cracked AB drive for months without issue, because when ABS fails, it doesn't fail the same way as PETG. When PETG fails, it's a straight fail done usually. ABS will give a little bit more, but it gives in a good way, versus PETG, which is springy but will shatter. Okay, we got power? Yeah, let's get some power. I know the gantry's all racked to hell. Get it somewhat level before run the Homan routine. Good enough. There we go. See, it's got a screen now. Honestly, okay, Bernard, ABS fumes. I work in plastic injection molding. We have several 3,000 ton, well, up to 3,000 ton injection mold presses, and we run thousands of pounds of ABS a day. And the air quality in our plant is fine to wear without a mask. Like, you can walk around all day without a mask, and the government says air quality's fine. And I'm inclined to believe them. So printing ABS over 1 kilogram of ABS over a couple days indoors, the fumes will give you a headache because it's crappy ABS and it's just the smell. But in terms of actual VOCs damaging your lungs, you're going to get more from burning bacon. So ABS fumes, don't buy crappy ABS. eSun ABS barely smells, in my opinion. It's usually people buy, I see it all the time because I did it myself, is you want to try out ABS, so you go on Amazon and you buy the cheapest spool of ABS because, I don't know if I'll like it, I don't want to waste my money. So you buy the cheapest spool of ABS, and it's made out of melted down Barbie dolls in China, and it's 3 years old and it's expired, and all just crap quality, and who knows what's really in it, and then you print it, it warps, it stinks, and you get sworn off ABS. Or if you buy good ABS, it prints like butter. Home is different. I've been printing, I got a tower of empty spools taller than me of ABS, and I've seen the charts on ABS fumes and what's required to damage. I don't have them on hand because I pamphlets are at work. I'm not worried about the off-gassing from a 3D printer. If you already own a Duet board, is it necessary to buy an SKR board when building a Voron? You can use a Duet with a Voron, no problem. You can run Klipper on a Duet board, no problem. So if you want to stick with RepRap firmware, this guy is still running RepRap firmware. I could flash it to Klipper, I just haven't gone around to it because if it ain't broke. But yeah, you can use a Duet board. I personally wouldn't go buy one for a Voron, but if you already have a Duet board, there's no reason to not use it. So. Yep, Eson ABS is good. I know in the US, he's got like KVP, Keene Village Plastics, Paramount. There's a lot of good ABS brands in the US. I've run the gamut of a few up here. I just find that Eson prints the cleanest. I've never had an issue. ABS over nylon, because most people can't print nylon. Personally, I haven't seen a Voron all done in nylon, so I can't really say for or against it, but most people can't print nylon. ABS works just fine. You don't really need more, in my opinion. Any advantages to using Klipper with Duet over Duet DuX? So with Klipper, you don't need to use the same board. So with it, if you already had a Duet on hand, you can use the Duet for your AB drive, your extruder, all your thermistor hookups, your hot end hookups, and you could literally just buy a cheap ramps with A4988s and use that for your Z drive instead of having to buy a DuX. So the advantages of using Klipper on a Duet versus RepRap firmware is you do have a little bit more variety in terms of how you're going to get those extra drivers that you need. And then also, ASA is pretty much ABS that is blended to resist UV. So functionally, they're about 99% the same. Polycarbonate, I've seen parts crack, but I haven't. Again, I've seen it. I have some polycarbonate parts on here. I can't tell a functional difference. So it's really hard to recommend them when I don't know if they'll offer that much of an improvement over ABS. But back to the Duet. Some people like Klipper more than RepRap firmware. It has a better motion planner, some argue. Some of the ways the configurations work, the options, what you can do, it may be more powerful. But yeah, it's personal preference. I say if you're going new, go Klipper. Is the hotbed glass? No, it's really crappy PEI from Amazon that we're going to find out if it works. ASA is fine. The fan ducts on this guy are ASA. ASA is fine. It is pretty much just ABS that's blended for UV resistance for the most part. So let's home this, and yes, it's going to be a little loud. And yes, that is Resonance in the Z. We're going to be going through the configs today to play with some settings and hopefully make this go away. But basically, it's because it's going so slow, and I think I have interpolation off. So we are going to be going through settings today. Okay, so printed CNC. PLA is rigid, okay? So on a CNC machine, you want rigidity first and foremost, okay? So the problem with PLA is high temperatures or anything above 45, 50 Celsius, it turns to mush, your parts will fail. And if you do have a crash, it'll crack. Where ABS, you do have a bit of flex. Now, it'll return to original for the most part if you flex it too much, but PLA will crack basically if you push it too hard. I know a guy who has an MP CNC that he printed in ABS. It functions just fine, and he doesn't have to worry about it melting if he leaves it outside on a hot day. Omron versus Zhejiang. If you have the Omron probe, use the Omron probe. Personally, that's what I would do. This guy's running the $3 Zong, whatever probe for the past over a year and a half, 2 years, and it hasn't had any issues. So, yeah, if you have the Omron, use it. Yeah, it has to do with the resonance speed. Because remember, like, we can move this pretty quick. So, let's see here. Let's go in here because we are running Klipper. Printer profiles, tall boy. Edit. So right now we got 330 by 330 by 380. We're going to bump that up to 385 because I actually have 385, I believe. Axis. So 600 millimeters a minute. What is that? 600 millimeters per min. I'm so used to millimeters per second. So 10 millimeters per second. So if we want to bump that up to, like, let's say 6,000, or yeah, 6,000 millimeters per second. No, let's say 200 millimeters per second. That's 1,200. So what is 6,000 there? Yeah, so 100 millimeters per second. Let's run 100 millimeters per second for our Z. Just, you know, to see how it handles it. Because for some reason, that's what we have for the maximum for X and Y. So we got to bump that up too. The joys of default configs that don't know you have a Voron. 1800, 1800. There we go. Confirm. Yeah. So, let's go back here, terminal. Let's see, so G0, Z, 300, F, what do we have, 1,200? 6,000. Yeah, let's try 6,000. So let's see how quickly it moves 300 millimeters at 100 millimeters a second. I don't think that's that fast, but yeah, so resonance is gone. It's a speed thing. Oh, Meditayos are nice, man. I got a set in my toolbox at work. They are good. Okay. So this is what we're going to be looking at tonight. We're going to be doing Klipper configurations. Because we're going to be tuning this up to match what we actually have. So, I haven't actually done a lot of Klipper configs. So, this is going to be kind of trial and error stuff. So we shall see how this goes. And by the way, is anyone noticing any issues with the stream? I just got Google here is yelling at me saying there's a drop in quality, but everything seems fine on my end. So if anyone notices any issues with the stream, let me know. Okay, so step distance, position end stop 330. Yep, true, 0. Interpolate true. So let's turn interpolation on. And we're giving them 1 amp. And then the Y motor, we're going to give that in some interpolation. Now the Z, you actually don't want interpolation. It has to do with accuracy. And right now everything is running in spread cycle mode. These are 2130s. And I know with the Voron you push it pretty hard. So we're not going to be running that. Okay, so the stream's fine. Okay, that's good. So we are, I am going to be leaving interpolation off, at least for now. The steps seem correct. That's good there. Stepper. 16th micro stepping. Probes all set up. Samples. Speed 10. Oh, 2. So we're going to be bumping that up. Because you can actually probe I think it's up to about 30 millimeters per second before you start seeing a drop in quality of or accuracy of your probe. No, you don't need to wrap it in gold tape. That's just me trying something. Because I know over time they get melty. I've never had melt issues on this guy, but I'm just giving it a shot to see how it is. I can use a regular NEMA 17 with Voron. There is a lot of NEMA 17 motors. Like, if you were asking me, could I use this NEMA with Voron, I would say yes. If you were asking me, can I use this random one that I pulled out of a Monoprice Select Mini, I would probably say no. What about this one? Well, that's not a NEMA 17. So basically, I would look at what is considered spec for the Voron and try and get something that at least has the same amount of torque. I used 64-ounce motors in this guy for the X and Y without issue, for example. Sample retract distance 3. What's the dive thing? I gotta look that up, because that was the issue I was having before. So we're gonna go to the configurator. Nope. Go back here. Community. Documentation. GitHub. There we go. Because I believe it was dive height something. Klipper configurations. 350, just because that's the closest to what I got. So this is a stock configuration. This is what if you're building your own, this is what yours would look like. Again, I'm using a non-standard controller board, and yeah, so homing retract is homing speed 15. Okay, so I'll bump that up to 15. Min position that. Step distance, I'm not that. Second homing speed 15. I don't have a second homing speed. So bump that to 15. Okay. Is there any recommendations about probe mount height, like X millimeters above the nozzle? So you want it low enough that the probe will set off before your nozzle strikes the bed, but you want it high enough that it's not out of the way. So in my case here, I just eyeballed it. But we are about... Oh. Hey, what do you know? The ruler sets it off. I don't know. If I read it in millimeters. I got like 4 millimeters of clearance. Personally, what I would do is I would set your height so that with PEI off the bed, like with your flex plate not on the bed, that the if you have an 08, if you're running an 05, you need to have the flex plate on. But if you're running an 08, I would have it set so that no matter what, the probe would trigger before the nozzle hit the bed. That way, if you forget to put your flex plate on, you don't crash it. If you're running the 05, kind of the same thing. You want it not, you want a couple millimeters, but you don't want it way up there. You just need enough so that it doesn't hit apart when it's printing, essentially. So yeah, so 2 millimeters is probably fine. Thermistor, yeah, I'm running 3950 extruders. Pressure advance 0.06. I believe that's good for afterburner. Yeah, I think afterburner, it's 0.06 is fine for pressure advance. Smooth time, I don't know what that is. Again, I'm coming from rep firmware, so the settings are a little bit different. So I did do a PID tune, so we're all good there. Heated bed. I did the tune there. Verify heated bed. Fans, thermally controlled. Print cooling fan. Everything seems good there. Kinematics, max velocity 500. Yeah, push it. Max Excel. Oh no, we gotta bump that up to 6,000. 4,000 Excel. What is this? Square corner velocity 10. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Now this is all funky numbers here because of a 330 size. Retry tolerance. So we're gonna go drop that back down to that, and then retries we'll go 3 because it should be quicker now. idler timeout. So we are going to have to adjust our Z offset, obviously, because now I have a flex plate on with some crappy PEI. So, macros. Okay, so now let's see here. So G32 is our macro. This is what I got, because this is the issue we were having last week, where the printer did that extra thing. So, let's see here. So use start for the... Oh, so print start. Okay, there's our print start one. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I am going to uncomment all this. Because I like having my my starting scripts in Cura. That's just how I do it. I don't want them in the G code that way, or the config. That way Cura will automatically put it in all my G code. And if I want to change anything, I don't have to go diving into the config. So starting an end code, I'm going to get rid of that. Temperature for loading, chamber temperatures. Let's see here. So I don't have a nozzle cleaner, so uncomment all this. Yeah, I'm just going to delete that. I can pull it back if I need it later. So there's my... Okay, there's the baby step stuff. Stepper buzz. And then this is all the stuff for display. So for the how we have that separate MCU, the Arduino Nano for the display, this is how it works. So we have a separate section here for MCU display. And then we have, you can see here, the serial address of it. And then this is the all the config stuff for it. So that's how you add the separate display. So you would literally plug in your Arduino Nano to your Raspberry Pi. You would make a config file for it for an Arduino Nano, flash Klipper onto it, plug it in, add this to your to your config file, save it, restart firmware, boom, you have an extra screen on your printer. Now I believe Klipper only supports one screen though, so this is how you add a screen using not using your main controller board. So if you wanted the screen up here, for example, and you didn't want to run those ugly ribbon cables from the bottom all the way to the top, you could just run a single USB cable. So we are going to save. So it's going to connect, update, boom, done. Go to Octoprint, Klipper, which I did install this, firmware restart. Ready. Okay, let's rehome it. I found the silicone heated. Oh, that's that. I found the silicone heated pad 220 volt, but I don't know what SSR I should buy for this. Is it VDC? So you use the SSR. I don't have a spare one on hand. It uses a low voltage control voltage, and it controls AC. So for your bed, I suggest you get a Kinovo heater mat, not a random cheap one off AliExpress. Get a Kinovo, and then for your SSR, I would suggest either a Omron or a Cridum from DigiKey or another reputable electronics vendor. If you are going to cheap out, I'm just saying this because I know people will. If you are going to cheap out and get a Chinese SSR, get a 40 amp one. Get one that will give you headroom, because most of the Chinese ones I found, and I have used them in the past, it's not that they don't work, it's that they're overrated. So they'll say they're good for 40 amps, but they're not good for 40 amps. But if you get a 40 amp one and you're only feeding it 5 amps, should be okay. But I'm still saying get a legit one. This one has a Crydom. This one has a Omron. So I use the legit ones. I do have the Chinese ones. I have used them in the past, but I use legit Omron, SSRs now. So, and by legit, I just mean not China ones. Okay, so let's run our bend mesh. And I'm hoping that these binder clips don't crash into anything. Samples exceed sample tolerance. Oh, I'm using the cheap probe, that's why. Let's see, let's drop that down to 10. Or did I bump that up? Let me see, what was our tolerance? So the issue we got was a sample tolerance issue. So that means I was going too fast, which I am using the a cheap song, so it might not be able to handle the speed. There we go, speed. So let's try 10.0. File save. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. File save. Did I already save that? Okay, let's try this again. G32. But I know we were running this slow last week. I think we were running it at 2, and we were getting good results with the probe. So I'm thinking this is just the cheap probe. And again, this is actually, because it's a taco, it's running at sample tolerance. So why are we getting a weird sample tolerance? Let's try dropping the speed again. Or is it the sheet that we are using being funky? File save. Firmware restart. Because your probe, I do believe it actually is more accurate at 24 volts, and the way the taco is, it's only 12 on this guy. Try it again. Yeah, like I'm in Canada, man. An E3D V6, a legit one from the reseller up here, is about $100 Canadian for a stock V6. Okay, so yeah, so I have to run this at 5. Probe triggered prior to movement. Why did the probe trigger prior to movement? What does that mean? It's probably the flex plate. Samples 4, Z offset. Yeah, you have to restart firmware. Anytime you change your config, you have to restart firmware. Okay, try again, G32. This time I'm going to watch it. See why it triggers. It might be triggering because it's going next to the... Let's see. Beep. There we go. Okay. So the back is hanging down more, that's for sure. So why is that triggering? Let me take the flex plate off. See if it has to do with this flex plate. And then G32. Try again. Because we didn't have this issue last week. And all I've done is flip the printer around 20 times since then. I do have Octoprint or Klipper installed. The LED is flashing. It's just the angle. You can't really see it, but the LED is flashing when it does trigger. What linear rails am I using? I am using the cheap CNA ones. And I've had zero issues with CNA rails. Yeah, so it's reading pretty good. The first one's reading high by about 0.03 millimeters, it looks like. 0.02 or 0.03, and then every other one's consistent after that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, zero. I think because it was not homed or not trammed out, the back was hanging down, and it didn't go up and clear enough because it's more sensitive to a flex plate, to the steel, than the PEI. Or the aluminum. So it is running. It is getting more accurate. Now we're within 0.03 millimeters of perfectly trammed out. Now, one thing I probably is causing this issue is I might not have my motor coordinates in the exact spot they need to be, because again, I'm just copying somebody's config. And what I did was I just took off 20 millimeters because my frame should be 20 millimeters smaller than his on paper. So it might be trying to square it up to a dimension that's actually not the right dimension. I don't know for sure, but that's not something I'm going to do on stream though, because it's going to be boring as heck watching me do that. Okay. So there we go. Okay, so we're good there. Any hints on aligning rails? Use the printed rail guides. There's little printed guides that you can use to clip onto your frame to line up all the rails. And then for your X rail, because you need 2 for the X, what you do is you line up the first one. So the one that is facing forward, you line that one up using the guides. You bolt it on, you tighten it down. And then the second one, the bottom one, you don't tighten it all the way. So you let the rail float a little bit. You put your afterburner together. You put that on and you use the afterburner as the guide to line up that bottom rail. How much did this build cost? I don't know because I don't keep track of it and I live in Canada, so we overpay for everything. But a V2, you are looking at about, depending on the size, about $1,200 to $1,500 USD before shipping. Or I don't know what shipping is right now because shipping is so out of whack right now. I'm just going to say it's about $1,200 to $1,500, and we'll just leave it at that, depending on what size you build. Now another thing is I gotta move the bed because again this is a 300 by 300 bed and this is a 330 by 330 frame, so I want to center the bed in the print volume. So G0 Z15 Y15. G0 Y15. Oh. X15. There we go. Would fiber-filled nylon like Matter Hacker's Nylon X work well for building a Voron? So the thing with fiber-filled materials, and you see this a lot, everyone thinks so carbon fiber filled or using, I think some filaments even have like a single strand throughout the whole filament. That is only strong on, that only adds strength on with the grain because it doesn't affect layer adhesion and those filaments will never cross the layer adhesion boundary. So would it be stronger? It'd probably be, but would you actually see any difference in quality and print quality? I don't know for sure because nobody's done it yet. If you do it, let us know how it works out. But it will never be recommended because that's not something the average person can do at home. Most people can't even print ABS reliably. So we try to keep the entry level pretty low. Geens, good night, man. Take care. Yeah, 14. So this is 330 by 330 by 380. But yeah, for height, 600, you might want to look into bolting it to a wall. What's a good size? Personally, I think the 300 millimeter cubed is the best go-to size, in my opinion. Actually, I have that lined up already. Okay, never mind. I was going to move the bed so that, you know, I would have the full middle of the print volume usable and everything was spaced out. But I am close enough there that I seem to be okay. So G0, X 165, Y 165, Z 165, go! Okay, I think Core XY machines are limited size, yes, because of belt length. So right now, if you go in the configurator, you can plug in what size boron you want to build, and it will tell you how big your belts are. I'm going to try reprogramming with this guy now. And basically, once you start getting above like 350 millimeters, up to like 400 millimeters, your bed size or your belt lengths become quite comically long. And with those long of a belt, you're going to have issues keeping them properly tensioned. They're going to act like springs and be bouncy. Core XY is not a good movement system for large frames. Now, it's okay for Z, but for XY movement, it's not good for large sizes. If you are going to do large size, you need like a system like I think Ultimaker set up. There's a few other designs. Even a standard Cartesian would be better if you're pushing like 500 millimeters. Did I get more beer? Yes, but it's in the garage. and I got scotch, so I'm good there. The issues people have with ABS are complete. Okay, so Bernardo, that goes back to my thing where most people buy the cheapest ABS they can. See, why is that triggering? I think oh, you know why? Because, let me see here. Wait, I have the screen. I can move this now. Control. Z, no. That's why, I think. Move 1 millimeter, move Z up. Okay, that's why. So the reason the probing isn't working with the flex plate is because I'm only coming up 5 millimeters, which is actually less than the sense distance. So I need to come up. Let's see, where is it in here? Sample retract distance 4. So I'm assuming that's how high I'm coming up, right? Let's try like 6. Y offset, Z offset. Don't need to worry about that. Speed 5. Let's try 6 because we were having issues. And then where's the other part? Printer controls, quad gantry level. Oh, there we go, horizontal move. Okay, so we want to have, so we want 7. So we want, actually, we'll be safe, we'll go up. So now it'll be at 8 millimeters when it does that. Retry tolerance, sample retract distance, 5, yeah, that's fine. Retry is 3. I was going to do 2, because honestly, we'll do 3, whatever. So where's that other part? Because up here I changed it. Speed, probe, there we go. Okay, so sample retract. So we'll go to 3, so it doesn't move as much. Save. So that's what was causing our issue, was because I'm using a PL08 probe, which has an 8 millimeter sense distance on a steel plate. It was actually triggering at about 6 or 7 millimeters. So, you know, because it only went up to 5 mil, it was triggering during the move and thinking something no bueno had happened. Okay, so let me restart this. G32. Ready, go. And this is why we test. So don't be afraid to sit here and just fiddle with your printer for hours before you print anything. I really got to increase that Z speed for homing. But yeah, Bernardo, I think it's mostly people buying cheap ABS and not knowing what settings to tune. There we go. That makes more sense. Has anyone tried better belts? These are Gates belts. So they're good belts. They're about the best GT2 belts you can get. It's not so much the quality of the belt, it's the size and the length of the belt. And trying to keep them tensioned over that long of a span. Better belt mounting? I don't know of any better. For XY, this is about as... There's no improvement for our XY in the works at the moment. Yeah, 350, 400's pushing it, basically. Anything above 400, I would not do Core XY. Would using double up 40, I would just go to 40-40 extrusion. So like the doubled up 2020s, and just use that for your columns. Because you'll be able to basically beef up the frame. Because I think you can swap out all your vertical and horizontal extrusions for the frame with beefier extrusions, and you'll be able to still use the same parts basically. Yeah, but a better belt won't get you past the issues that you're going to run into with longer belts. Because remember, right now these belts are already going all around the printer like 3 times. Like for our Z, we bumped up to 9 mil for the belts. For XY, we can't go beyond 6 millimeters for the thickness, because at that point the belts would be sticking out past the extrusions. So, yeah, there we go. Why did that not read right? Nope. See, it's funny. It's probing fine off the aluminum, but the moment I try this flex plate, I think it's because it's not bolted down. Four times what, Max? Also, I gotta move these positions because right now the yeah, so it's reading it within a step, so that's good. Now, one thing I gotta do here: belts go around 4 times per loop. Yeah, there's a lot of belting in your XY. So even if you're better, these are Gates belts, they're good belts. So even if you jump up, like, and the next belt's 10% better, you're not gonna get what you really need to get larger sizes out of Core XY. Quad gantry points. There we go. That's why. So 60, 60. So let me... Yeah, why is that way so far back? So let me try 30. 30. 30. File save. Yes, if anyone is wondering who designs or is the lead designer for these and runs the show, it's the guy called for on design in chat. Mr. Russian Cat Food. Well, enclosed, the temperatures don't really get above 50 Celsius for the most part. Like, on the smaller printers, you'll have higher chamber temperatures, which is another thing to worry about. If you plan on printing stuff that requires higher temps, you want to build a smaller printer because it's a less of a volume to keep at temperature. So we're ready. Okay. So now I've moved my motor points, or my probe points. So let's see if we get anything better this time. But yeah, so like just buy Triangle Labs Gates belts, and you won't have any issues with temperatures or anything like that. Would I be able to interchange 2.4 Z idlers on a 2.2 build? Yes. Basically, you could swap out the whole gantry and leave the old system. You can leave your upper idlers. You could still technically use the V2.0 Z idlers, I believe, because the position of the belts really hasn't changed. After this, I'm going to do a... set my offset, and then we're going to run a print. See, I told it to move the position, but it's not... Why is that not probing that point? Okay, cancel. Abort. E-stop. Oh, I have to actually hit the restart for that. I hate when I hit it. Why did I hit E-stop? The V0 is a fun build. You know, I don't really use mine much. Mine is max. Yeah, my max X is too low. I was fiddling with things I shouldn't have fiddled with. 60, because it's X, Y. 60. So Y 30. 30. There we go. So just gotta wait for that to boot back up. Get status. Klipper state ready. File save. There we go. G32. Try again. Well, I had the speed higher, but I was actually not getting... oh, it's going to be reading that probe. Yeah, let me stop this. Stop. Okay, let's bring up what I'm trying to fiddle up with. So these were both 60. Because it's XY, right? It should be XY. Or is it Y? Yeah, is it YX or XY? Because, yeah, because that... Yeah, it's XY, so 60, 60. File save. Upload that. Speed 100. What else did you want me to change? And probe section. So I had the speed higher, but it wasn't, I was getting inaccurate readings. So let me try that. 20 and put speed in QGL. Oh, quad. Quad gantry leveling. Speed. Oh, I do have, okay, 200. File save. Save. Okay, so that is that. Firmware restart. Disconnect. Status ready. Terminal. G32. Boom. This guy is still using 6mm belts for your Z. So 6mm belts for like the 250 is fine. Probe trigger prior to movement. How did that trigger prior to movement? What did you trigger off of? Okay, so it comes down. Yeah, see, I can't run it at those speeds. I got a crappy China probe in this, and it's not handling the 20. So I got to run it at 5, unfortunately. So that's our, I'm going to have to swap that out at some point. Could have sworn it was a better probe. Now point, so it's XY, right? So if I make that 30, and then that 30, it should probe closer to the front. Upload, there we go. Klipper, firmware, restart. I did bump the XY speeds. I'm running 200 XY. Ready. Okay, let's try this again. TFT 3.0. So if it's a TFT screen, Klipper doesn't really support TFT screens. I think some of them can run in like legacy mode, like using the expansion. There we go. It shouldn't be a broken wire. This is a brand new chain. The probe's not the most reliable though. The first reading is always off compared to the rest of them. The other ones are all within a step, but the first one's always off by a little bit. I'm gonna try, I'll swap the probe out on this later. Let me see what I got. Pretty sure I have more extra probes. Yeah, I got a PL05. I think this is just a PL08 in there right now. Because I put that in because I didn't know if I was going to use because flex plates weren't that good at the time. So yeah, it's just a shitty Zonge PL08. I'll switch it to a Photech when my actual flex plate comes in. There we go. Okay, that's good. Yeah, the TFT screens do technically have an MCU, so you could technically make them usable on Klipper over like USB, for example. There we go. So after that, we are within 0.00125 millimeters across the board. I can live with that. Okay, let's get some filament in this because I also got or actually G0Z 150. Clean that off. G0Z. Go to 4. Okay, so now I got to figure out what my Z offset is. Oh, wait. There you can see. And I also need my handy dandy piece of paper. I swear I've used more pages in this book as feeler gauges than anything than actual paper. Oh god, I can't use this. This flex plate is bowing under my hand. I cannot use this as a print surface. Oh my god, it is. Look at the ceiling. Yeah, so if your bed does that, that is that's not good. So we're not going to use this as a bed. We're going to go back to our old friend tape. GZ 100 or 200. Oh. G0Z 200. Send it. Goodbye, crappy flex plate. Yeah, I know. Okay, so I am waiting on a proper flex plate and magnet to come in. Right now, I have a crappy one I bought over a year ago on Amazon. I don't trust it. That's why I'm not attaching it to this thing. I figured I could just clip it to it. But as we can see, that isn't exactly a good option. So now I got to rerun the gantry tram again. I have almost 100 people watching me play with gantry tramming. Glad you could all join me tonight. Don't forget to subscribe. Okay, so it's basically how this, how my screen is hooked up here. The screen is plugged into a Arduino Nano, connected via USB to the Raspberry Pi 3, and that's what's controlling the screen. So it's not plugged in. So with Klipper, if it has an MCU and the MCU is supported by Klipper and you can talk to it over USB and you know the pinout, you can basically tell it to do whatever. So if you know if the MCU on a TFT screen is connected or is supported by Klipper and you can talk to it and you know the pinout for it and you know what's hooked up to the pins, you can basically just program it to be a standalone screen for Klipper using USB. But it's not supported right now, so you'd have to do the work. Yes, I should set the offset when it's hot, but for just printing PLA, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. And this isn't anywhere near final configuration, so I'll just baby step it to wherever I need. I ordered the energetic flex plate. I'm in Canada, so that's like the easiest one for us to get here. Teeth over smooth bearings. Yes, I'm running teeth over smooth bearings on both these, and I have zero issues with it. I don't see any imperfections in the print that would warrant being worried about it. I haven't noticed any smushed teeth on 26 here, and it's been running teeth over smooth bearings since when did I make it a 2.4? Like February? So yeah, teeth over smooth bearing is actually not as big of a boogeyman as people think. Oh yeah, ring the bell. Please, thank you. Gotta throw all those things. See, it probes better off the aluminum. Oh, Brian, I'm fine. Thanks, man. It's on the way. I think it actually landed in country, so it should be here hopefully within the next week or two. So I do appreciate it, though. There we go. So actually, my Z offset should still be good, because I think we set that last week. So control. Oh wait, I gotta put tape on it. Tape. And while we're doing this, somebody figure out something for me to print. Z2. 200. Yeah, DJ, I think we said it last week. I'm pretty sure we said it last week. Good old blue tape. I hate this stuff. Absolutely hate this stuff. Actually, so here's the thing. I have all next week off. I'm on vacation this week. And thanks to Rona, I'm not going anywhere. So I do plan, hopefully my flex plate is in so I don't look like a blue tape noob doing it. But I do plan on actually running a full day print of something and just live streaming it all day. I was going to do one this week, but this is still a new printer and I don't trust it to run unguarded. Like this guy I run lights out all day, every day. I got no problem. I trust this printer 100%. This one, it's printed a cube so far. So I won't be running this guy lights out, but I will actually run a full day print this week at some point. I don't know what I'm going to run. I might do the Eiffel Tower. We'll see. But I will run an all day print. So. You can't buy NEMA. You can't buy China motors in China? What? Das Boot. Last week I had to put tape or bust out the Elmers to get it to stick to this blue tape. This blue tape is older than, like, I bought it before my Monoprice Select Mini showed up like 2 years ago. Okay, so G0Z. Nosedive. 1. Don't crash. That should be 1 millimeter up. So drop it 0.1. There we go. Perfect. Our Z offset's good. So let's heat this nozzle up. So G32, Z100. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Why did I run into G32? We're running another G32. God dang it. I meant to hit G0. That's what happens when you use G-code to control your printers all the time, because that's what you're used to. LDOs are good motors. I don't have any. I would like to try out some LDOs or Moons. Unfortunately, I really don't have the time to like do motor comparison videos or anything like that. And I am working on funding another project at the moment. I won't get into that. But, yeah. I would like to try out other motors. But again, the OMC stepper online motors work just fine. Like, pretty much 90% of forums are running them. Including all of mine. Okay, so while that is doing that, let's go to Thingiverse. And find something dumb to print. And because this computer's slow, I'm going to load Cura already. And then we'll go through and I'll go through some settings to change that you may be interested in. That like I personally use Cura. That's all I ever used. I like it. I've had zero issues with it. I know some people hate it. But there is a lot of settings you can tweak in Cura to really give you good prints. The one thing I love about it, though, the bridge settings in it are amazing. So Cura is my like go-to slicer, essentially. It actually does look relatively finished with the screen on it. And then I got to put the back cover on after I clean off all the dog hair and cut it to size. Benchy. Why is it always a Benchy? Let me download a Benchy. Benchy, Benchy, Benchy. Gotta print the Benchy. Why are there so many Benchies? Popular. 3D Benchy. There we go. And if people want to see the boat, I'll print the boat. You know, nobody asked for the dragon. No, so no dragon. Now you're not going to see a dragon. We'll do a boat. You get what you want. Thing files. 3D Benchy STL. Downloading. X 165, Y 165, Z 165. Go. Okay, let me get some filament loaded then. Temperature. Tool head. 210 is ABS. I don't know why that's default. Okay. So I don't actually print a lot of stuff that's just kind of like fancy, whatever. I don't know. Is this what's popular? Is this what people print now? I got a flying sea turtle. I got a baby Yoda. Most makes. What is the most made item? So it's a 3D Benchy, a baby Groot, the MakerBot thing, T-Rex skull, but it's a multi-day print. Here we go. We're gonna print this little dragon guy. There we go. There we go. This little dragon guy. We're gonna print this dragon guy. Download. Gonna print this guy. So there's our Kira. And before I go further, I'm going to go to Preferences, Configure. And then what I'm going to do is Theme, Ultimaker Dark, and Close. And then I'm going to restart Kira, because that's way too bright. So we're going to wait for Kira to relaunch again, because slow computer is slow, and I'm going to change some filament. Is that how it reads? Oh, 213. Oh, okay, that's reading a little hot. No, yeah, that's accurate. Oh, it's because it's leveling up. Okay. Go. Come on, Kira. Don't crash the stream loading up Kira. That would be bad. Did I tell Kira to load? It better be, because I'm dropping frames here trying to load Kira on this rig. Oh, other way. There we go. Kira's loaded. So, there we go. That looks a little bit better. Now, one thing I want to ask, because I haven't looked into it, you know, I was supposed to and I forgot. Does Kira have an exclude area plugin? Because what I want to be able to do is basically tell Kira that, hey, I have a 330 by 330 print volume, but my bed is 300 by 300. So that way I can basically exclude the outer 15 millimeters around the bed. So that way I could have two profiles. I could have a profile for when I want to use the whole bed and don't accidentally have stuff hanging off. But then I have another profile where I could tell it I have a full 330 by 330 and put something in the middle that would overhang it. So for example, like, helmets, usually you only have that small area that touches the bed and then the rest overhangs. That can overhang the bed. I don't care about that. So I need to look into that to see if tool, hot end, extrude 5 mil. There we go. Okay. Control 2 millimeters, retract. There we go. So I need to look into that. Raven Skull. I'll look into some, like, for the stream. I'll look in. I want to try and find like a 24-hour print, or at least like a 20-hour print. Oh, this guy has supports built into it already. Oh, this will be good to try out. So, again, I think last week we didn't really change too much of our settings. So this is pretty much a default profile. So we're going to go through and change some stuff here. I just want to see roughly how long of a print this will be before we get started. And for security, I'm going to put glue down because I don't want to do what we did last week and have to restart the print 20 times. So I'm going to put a little bit of glue down. Good enough. So yeah, that's about a 1 hour print. Okay, so we got a 0.2 layer height, 0.4 line width, wall thickness 0.08, so 2 walls, 4 top layers, 4 bottom layers, horizontal expansion. Okay, so quality. Let's see what settings you may want to turn on. Initial layer height. That's something you may want to look into. I just leave it at 0.2 usually. If your bed is really uneven, you may want to bump that up a little bit. Infill line width, that's another one. I over extrude on my infill just so it's a little bit stronger. So that would be another setting you may want to look at. Wall extruder. We only have the one extruder, so we don't got to worry about it there because there's no Vorons that officially support dual extruders yet. Pattern, don't care about the pattern, but that's... Now, this is a setting that I use actually a lot on all my printed part. This is called alternate extra wall. What that does is if you tell it you're printing with 4 layers or 4 outer walls, every other layer it'll print a 5th outer wall. I use that to lock in infill. So sometimes, depending on your slicer settings and whatnot, you might not have an infill line touch the wall and fuse to it properly. This way you will have an overlap where the next layer will sit on top of the infill and lock it in place and kind of key them in. I run with that on any structural parts I print. I find that setting, I haven't really tested anything to see if it does give it a stronger print, but I feel that that would actually make a, oh yeah, not sharing screen. There we go. Alternate extra wall. I feel that actually does quite a bit for adding strength to your print. So I'm not going to turn that on because this isn't a structural print. Minimum wall flow. This one, is this the one? I'm going to have to look at my other profile. Yeah. Not that. Print thin walls. This is, you're going to turn this on if you're printing something with details that are smaller than your nozzle size that you still want printed. Seam seam alignment. This one. Seam seam position. Seam corner preference. X, Y. Don't worry about that. Z seam relative. Hide your seams. I personally always run with my Z seam towards the back, and I'll orientate the print so that the seam is in the back. This way you don't have the little blobs everywhere from start stops. This way is also a good way of finding out, diagnosing errors with your printer, because if some stuff will be hidden by the way stuff is extruded. So you might think it's an issue with the way the printer is behaving when it's actually an issue with your extruder, not your printer. So by hiding your Z-seam, it makes, like, especially if you're printing a square or a cube or something that's roughly the same size, it makes your start-stop position consistent and allow you to diagnose errors easier and also hide blemishes in one location. So this is kind of useful. So I always run it basically towards the back. Ironing, don't need that. Skin overlap, infill extruder, don't need that. Infill pattern, you can fiddle with your infill pattern if you want. Cubic, or just square, you're right, the default one's usually good enough for this kind of stuff. Overlap percentage, you might want to bump that up on structural prints just to make sure your infill is connecting with your walls better. Not something we really have to worry about here. Material, print volume, temperature, blah, 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 blah. So the temperatures, you want to turn that on. You want to be able to control your first layer temperature and have it drop down after your first layer. That's another thing you're going to want to turn on. Flow. This is something we're not going to calibrate flow today, but basically structural parts, you do want to look into calibrating your flow so that your parts are bang on accurate. And then infill flow, I'll usually overflow my infill well just for extra strength. Okay. Enable retraction. So retracted layer change, retraction distance, retraction speed, prime amount, don't need that. Let's play with our retraction, combing mode. Avoid printing parts when traveling. Z-hop only over printed pops. Z-hop height. I'm just turning on settings here so we can go through them later. This is PLA. Das Boot, I don't have my start-stop code on me right now. I would have to pull it off the other printer, which is that profile's on my main computer. But basically, my normal start-stop code is I will heat up the temperature and I'll do a purge line across the front, right at the edge, and then I'll go straight to printing. I won't use skirts or anything. And then my ending code is basically raise the nozzle 5 mil and move towards the back of the print volume and then turn everything off. So it's a relatively simple start-stop code. I don't do anything fancy. Okay, so that's enough, I think. Okay, so we'll go through here. So infill density 20, grid. Grid is pretty much your go-to. Cubic I kind of like. And then we have gyroid. Gyroid really I only ever use on fancy stuff because I find at low infill percentages it gives you more strength and more chance of something laying on top of it if you're printing like something fancy like this. So with gyroid. Printing temperature, maybe we'll go with 210 for the first layer and then 200 after that. I don't know what that initial printing temperature. I'm going to turn that off. I don't need to worry about that. Initial. Turn that off. I don't care about that setting. And then build plate. Okay, so build plate. There you go. So we're going to run with a 60C first layer, and then we're going to drop it down to like 55C after. Try and prevent some melting. Print speed. So these are standard Voron speeds. So infill's 120, walls 40. For the outer wall, inner wall's 80. Skins are 40. So we'll stick with that. Acceleration control. So print acceleration. Infill accel, we're going to bump that up to 3200 millimeters a second. Outer wall, I run about 1600. Now, that's on my bigger guy. So this guy, I'll actually run my outer wall at about 1200. My inner wall, I will do 1800. And top surface skin, we'll just do 2 grand for now. Acceleration, travel, we'll leave it at 5000. Retract at layer change, don't need to do that. Retraction distance, okay, so obviously this was a Bowden. So we're going to go with 0.7 millimeters of retract. We're going to go, because this is a direct feed, so I think 40 for the retract speed, and then I think the prime speed will go 25. So that's how fast it pulls it out, and then how fast it feeds it back in. Avoid printed parts when traveling. We're going to have Z-hop when retracted. And then Z-hop height, I like to run at about 0.4 millimeters, so 2 layers above the part. Print speed, so regular fan speed will run at 80, and we'll bump that up to 100. Okay, so minimum layer time. PLA, you don't really need a minimum layer time if you can hoover the heck out of it with a big fan. But ABS, you do want a minimum layer time because you want the layers to slowly cool gradually to a point where they're stable before the next layer sits on it. Otherwise you get some really ugly looking parts and it kind of affects your print quality quite a bit. So with ABS, the trick is not to use minimum layer time. You want a minimum layer time, but you don't want to use the minimum layer time setting, because what the minimum layer time setting will do is it will slow down your prints to make them last longer, or it'll do a thing where the nozzle head will move up, move out of the way, wait a while, and then come back, and then you have oozing and stringing. It's a pain. So what Cura does is it slows it down to kind of drag out the layer to get that minimum layer time. The easiest way to do it is if you only have to print one thing, print that one thing in a corner, and then print a sacrificial block or a benchy or a calibration cube or something with like low infill on the other side of the bed in another corner. That way the printer has to travel between the two and you're staying at the same speeds, but the layers are just dragged out by mechanical means essentially. Because if you start speeding up and slowing down your speeds to drag your layers up, you'll actually see that shift in quality. So you'll see what you can tell when you look at a print where the nozzle was sped up and slowed down to adjust layer height or minimum layer time. So that is definitely something you kind of want to pay attention to. So we'll turn that off. Actually, we'll run 5 seconds just in case. That way we're not just oozing a blob. Generate support, we don't need that because there, and then a skirt. So we already have skirt. So let's slice this guy. Oh, while it's doing that, I should have been heating the bed up. Bed PLA 60. It is slicing. So there we go. Okay, so there we go. So we are sitting at about an hour here. Save to file. So an hour and 2 minutes. That's not bad. Now another fact for Cura, if you do not have an oh shit, wrong button. Pause. Cancel. With Cura, you really want to have your acceleration settings set to what your printer is actually doing, because that will affect your estimation, your print estimation. Where's upload? Upload. So if your settings in Cura for accelerations and speeds and whatnot are exactly what your printer is capable of doing, your time estimations will be more accurate. This was something I found out back when I was playing around with my Monoprice Select Mini, because the Mini has like built-in accelerations and speed limits so that were lower than what Cura thought it did. So when it spit out your time estimation, especially for accelerations, it would always be way off. So now with accurate settings, it should be better. Why are you, come on, I canceled. I don't want to print a cube. So we're just going to wait for that to upload. Yeah, I could sit here all day and just talk about random little things that affect the print quality and things you should be looking at for your printer, but we are just waiting on, oop, that's going to be a boring view. Let me get the drill out and move my camera so you guys, it's just uploading right now. I'll have something to actually look at. I'm gonna have to put this guy on an actual base. Robertson, right? I'm probably gonna put the C920 on an actual stand so I can move it around easily instead of having to undrill it from the mount every time I go to print something and show you guys. Reach into the printer. There we go. I didn't think I would be doing this when I set up the stand for it. Okay, so the bed's at temperature. Yep. we are going to need some ABS. There we go. And then I think if I remember correctly, I had to put something behind it so it would focus properly. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I know I can upload directly from Cura. It's not in my personal workflow way of doing it because I'm so used to rep firmware. Yeah, I could literally ramble all night. I can't because my wife's going to be sleeping eventually. And assuming she doesn't want to listen to me ramble all night while trying to sleep, but... Okay, so we are good. Load and print, Dragon. See how this goes. Three Vorons and a wife. This is pretty much like my one hobby. And I think I had our temperature set backwards, yeah. So I'm gonna have to change that. I have initial layer set for 60 or 55, and then build plate 60 afterwards. So I've swapped those, but. So once the print gets started, I'll just bump it back up. I also have a 2-year-old, so add that to the pile. He's sleeping though. That's why the streams are this late. So hopefully we don't have this issue again, because I think I deactivated that part of the G code where it decided to extrude random amounts of filament or retract the filament. Favorite brand of filament? I like Eson ABS Plus. It's just so consistent. It prints so consistent. This is not Tallboy's serial request. I will make the serial request video and post it on the subreddit when I post it. It's still not done yet. I got blue tape on the bed. I can't put a serial request in with blue tape on the bed. That's bad. Better than that. And if you weren't here last week when the afterburner kicks in for PLA, it is quite loud. So, unfortunately, I can't really do much to stop that. It's not enclosed yet. Actually, I should have spun that around. Oh well, I'm sure it'll be fine. I know you can get a serial with blue tape. Technically, only the cables have to be managed. And it has to look good. There's no rule about what your bed surface is, but for all this work, I'm not going to put in a serial video with blue tape. That's just, nah, dog. Okay, we're just waiting for the hot end temperature to stabilize and it's going to go. There's my tweezers. I've been looking for these guys. Now, what is the baby step G code? Do I have it in here? 2? No. There we go. It is heated. The bed is heated. So I have that at least. But yeah, if you want to see bad, go on my YouTube channel and go look up my V100, my V1 serial request. That was bad. So actually, I might be a little too smushed, but I don't care. The number of different wires in the harness. How many different colors should I get? Get a bunch. Get as many as you feel like. Your extruder motor uses 4. Your PL08 or your inductive probe uses 3. So we're at 7. And then you need 2 for the thermistor, 2 for the heater cartridge, 2 for the 2 fans. So there's 4. I think it's like 17 wires. I don't know. You can go to the manual and just count the wires. Actually, we're up a little bit. I should have squished that more, but I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Actually, that's one thing I haven't set. Let me check Cura here. 'Cause I haven't looked at what my initial layer speed is. Yeah, I don't have an initial layer speed. 30. Okay. We are printing. See if I can get a better angle here. Fortunately, the webcam can only focus so well. Well, here, let me pull up the manual. Yep. There's the afterburner kicking in. Oh, it doesn't have it. The old manual, I think 2.2 or 2.1, had a little diagram for the tool head about all the wires that came out of it. This one doesn't have it. So. But yeah, as you can see, by how tight this is why you kind of want to have a guide for a reverse boat-in, because this is kind of tight, and I know PLA gets kind of brittle. So if it were to do like a rapid, if it was printing over here, and then it rapidly moved up to the front on the opposite side, you would risk breaking your filament, which is not good. I hope that's not one of the feet lifted. Yeah, we got curling already. So yeah, so my first layer height was off a little bit. Didn't get enough smush. So hopefully we don't have a part failure. I think one of the feet might lift off. We'll find out in a bit. I'm also not liking the nozzle. It's just a regular TL nozzle. I've kind of got addicted to their coated ones, because the coated ones barely have they have a coating on it so that filament doesn't stick to it. So you have very little issues with boogers and whatnot sticking to your nozzle. So plated overhang. Plated copper or plated brass nozzle is my go-to. Has anyone done mods for filament runout sensors? Yes, or not on the afterburner itself. People have done them where they're up here, and really you don't want them in the afterburner because you have such a short path that the way Klipper works, it takes time for it to actually register a runout sensor, so it doesn't happen immediately. So the last thing you want is it to register a runout after it's fed the filament past the gear teeth into the short Bowden. So, and if anyone's curious, the reason you're hearing the fan ramp up and ramp down is Cura's bridge settings have control over the fan, and they'll speed up and slow down the fan when required for to make bridges go look better and function better. So that's why you're hearing the fan ramp up and ramp down. Do I run a nozzle brush? No, actually, since I don't have room on this guy. Well, I do, but I've never really done it. Since I've started running the plated copper nozzles or plated brass nozzles. Let me pull it up here on AliExpress. I've had like no issues with filament sticking to it. Like at least the ABS I normally use, I've had like no issues with anything sticking to the nozzle. So I haven't found the need for a brass nozzle or a nozzle brush. I hate how you can't go on AliExpress and just search for the name of a vendor. You have to like search for an item and then follow the link to the vendor. Oh yeah, so we got a part failure. So yeah, so obviously something, the offset wasn't good there. Let me cancel the print. Pause. Cancel. E0Z100. Oh, I got a home. Yep, so what happened here? So yeah, so obviously it didn't stick down enough. So we are going to have to smush it better. Yeah. Not enough. So how do I drop my offset again? Temperature. So we're going to bump the bed back up to 60. So what is the, anyone know the Cura code? I don't want to adjust my offset. Probe calibrate. What's it doing now? Oh. Well, it was touching paper. I'm just gonna, here. I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. So basically, I just want to drop it 0.1 millimeter. Z offset. Well, I'm not worried about the probe. I'm worried about my whatchamacallit, my Z end stop, the actual end stop itself. I'm trying to find it here. There we go. Probe end stop 3. There's a tune menu, PID tuning. Where is tune? That's how often I use Octoprint. See, we're learning together. Yeah, screw it. Let's do it the easy way. And just update the file. Save. Done. Oh, QGL on the knob. Tune. Offset. There we go. Okay, try this again. Okay, so I'm running it 0.05 down. We'll go 0.01. Fuck it. It's only tape. I don't mind if I tear it up. There we go. Yeah, I'm not, like, right now I'm not super concerned about offsets again because it's not final bed-wise. That's why I'm not super concerned. So. Now we're just waiting for everything to come back up to temperature. For some reason it's estimated it's going to take 7 hours to do that dragon, apparently. Yeah. Okay, nozzle heat up. And it looks like it's going to be like last week where we just let a print run and then call it. So after this, all that's really got to be done is enclosure and bed. And then once that's done, this printer is pretty much done. Like, so during the week, I'll probably do a full day print. I'll stream a full day just to get some hours on it, see how it handles. Again, I'll probably do something in PLA because, again, no enclosure yet. But after that, I'm going to need to move on to a new project, I guess, for these Saturday night streams because I'm going to have 2 finished forums. So I'll probably move on to here. This is going to be the next project, is finishing up this guy. So I got the flex plate for it. Got the bed that's attached. I got to wire everything up. We got to get some firmware on here. This guy's going to run Klipper on ramps with the Banana Pi Zero. And I'm going to use this is basically the cheap printer. And we're going to get this guy printing ABS. So build another Voron. I got this guy. This is totally an awesome printer. But this is literally spare parts. The reason that guy exists is because I want to show you that you don't need a good printer to build or to print good stuff. Like, I got a V0 sitting on the ground back there, but I got a V0. I got two V2s. Got it. I think we're okay there. It's hard to see because everything's under the top, the hot end. So I can't see if it's actually like smushed. I think it is. A price? Oh god, it's like $200-300. But again, it's mostly spare parts. The V0. Oh. V0. There you go, V0. V0 in its enclosure. How come it was made with 1515 instead of 2020? Basically, we tried to build the smallest printer we could with the largest print volume that it would fit. Also, it's using MGM7 rails. MGM7 won't fit on... This is the rail it uses. It doesn't fit on 2020 too good. Like, you can just get it barely to balance, but it doesn't fit. So yeah, so this is why it uses 1515. And this is actually the length. This is the length of all the rails. Because if you're going to use 2020 and MGN9, build a V2 or a V1, just smaller. Okay, I think we're okay. Bernardo, I've done one of those with the two Zorons side by side. I'm going to take this out of here because the last time I left it in here, I accidentally went to print something and it didn't like homing too well. Although I might do a video on doing some work on this guy because like my setup is it's RepRap firmware, but I have like a Raspberry Pi Zero just plugged into a wall wart with a camera, and that's what I use to monitor it. But it doesn't run Klipper, so I might do a video where I tune that up, do some like put a buck converter in and whatnot. We'll see. V0 question: I have a spare 150mm bed hanging around. Would it be reasonable? 150 is not an unreasonable size for a V0. Personally, if I were to build a bigger one, I would do 170. because that just means getting 50mm longer extrusions and rails, which is a standard size. The reason the print volume of a V0 is the print volume is because that's the print volume you get when you use 150mm off-the-shelf MGM7 rails and 200mm off-the-shelf extrusions. So it's not that we designed for that print volume; that's the print volume we got. Some people have been comparing it to like a competitor to the Prusa Mini. It's not. It's actually designed to be a competitor to the Dice, where the Dice is, over $1,000, is only slightly smaller, I believe, but has like an 80 by 90 or something print volume. This is like $400 and kind of beats it in pretty much every regard. So, video for V0 build. I only have the one V0 and I don't have plans to build another one. So if I were to do a video on how to build a V0, I would have to take my V0 apart and just put it back together, which, yeah, I don't really want to do that right now. Oh, as an oversized plate. You could. I believe you could. So if you're to use it as an oversized plate, on the X's, you'd be fine. Let me put this down. Grab my ruler. So this is 120. I just don't want to crush anything. Okay. So if you had a 150mm bed and you just slapped her in here, you would not be able to close the door. It would stick out past the front. You'd be fine on the X, but on the Y, it would actually, you wouldn't be able to close the front door, which I still haven't put the enclosure on this, or the hat. So yeah, you theoretically could use a bigger bed. Also, you have to be able to mount it the same way, so you have to be able to put the same mount holes in for the bed. And honestly, the bed isn't that expensive. Like, if you really want, and somebody has done it, I'm not going to name who. This is a 120mm PCB bed off AliExpress. I think they're like $15. So it's PCB, so it's like 12 volt. I think you can do 24 volt. No, this one's a 12 volt one. But you can get these off AliExpress, and I think these are compatible. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but somebody does have a bed, so you might have to do a little bit of modding to your mount, but you can get these for like $15. And then that way you're still using the proper enclosure and whatnot. Okay, yeah, much better. Nothing's coming up now. Everything's coming up Millhouse. So yeah, so see how tight this is? Like that feels, I don't like that. I'm definitely, I can't remember where I had it. I had some 3mm ID PTFE tube and I bought it a while ago. And I can't remember where I put it. I'm going to have to go hunting for that. I know I have it somewhere. I just don't know where. Yeah, for Warpy, the thing is though, like it's still a Voron, so you can't really print anything hotter than, I think, like I've done nylon on my V2, on 26 over there has done nylon, but you can't push the bed above about 110, 115, otherwise the adhesive will fail, or risks failing. And enclosure-wise, you still have ABS parts inside the chamber. Nothing in the chamber is rated for over, I think, the lowest temperature rating is like 80 degrees. So once you start getting above 80 degrees in the chamber, you are dealing with stuff getting hotter than the rated temperature. So, I think like the belts are only good to 90, the motors are only good to like 100. Your wiring, your hot ends and whatnot, like the printed parts, yeah. Oh yeah, it's printed fine. And again, this is printing at warp speed, basically. The one thing I don't like on RepRap firmware, you get a little readout that actually says your current speed, which is kind of cool. Whereas this, you don't. So I don't know how fast it's currently going, but it's set for the 4080 120. So is the V2.0 or the 2.4 have a runout sensor or power loss resume functioning? No. So you could add like an off-the-shelf runout sensor for filament anywhere in the filament path. You can add one, hook it up to the board, so that is an option. As for power out, well, we do have what's called a UPS. So what happens is you walk over to your wall and you unplug your printer, and the printer keeps running without power. So you get a few beeps, but it'll keep running because the power's out. And then the power comes back on, and oh hey, it's still printing, even though it was unplugged. So buy UPS. That's how you get run out through a power outage. So you don't have to worry about power loss if you don't lose power. Yeah, basically 50C, you'll be able to print ABS all day long without issue. Because you also don't have drafts. Okay, so for builds, my V1, I know I started purchasing parts near end of December, and I had it functional by April, or by March. And then my V2, when I did the original build, I ordered my very first part April 2nd, and I believe my serial video was in June of the same year. Now with coronavirus and shipping worldwide just being an absolute mess, who knows, man? 3 months, maybe. I would say basically expect your build to take 3 months, or plus minus a month, depending on where you are in the world and where you sourced everything from. Stuff's starting to get back to normal, but it's still quite a while for wait. You can do it, shorter if you buy stuff in country like Amazon and whatnot. But you got to remember, a lot of stuff you're buying off Amazon is still stuff from China. You're just buying it from a reseller, so you're paying extra for no real reason other than shorter shipping time. Big Tree Tech Relay 1.2. What is the Big Tree Tech Relay 1.2? Good luck on the build, Brandon. If you have any questions, we have the Voron Discord. It's full of people that'll help you with the build. Especially depending on your country too. We have a lot of sections specifically for the bigger community countries, and so if you need help sourcing stuff in your specific country, and we have a section there, definitely take a look there. When I did my original 2.2 upgrade for my 2.1, I spent 3 weeks waiting on a set of bearings coming from China. That was the last part I needed, were the bearings. And I ended up breaking down, saying screw it, paid like 3 times the amount for them off Amazon. They showed up the same day the ones from China showed up. So now I have a lot of bearings. Oh, that's why. All the bearing. How do you usually run lighting? For my printer, I buy a cheap like $8 LED light, shop light, and I sit it on top of the printer. That's what I do. In all honesty though, let me see if I can find them. Yeah, here we go. You can buy these cheap like LED strip lights. And we have an enclosure for them, I believe, like a baffle set to help diffuse the light properly. And they sit up top here, and they'll shine light down. So I haven't gone around to putting them together for this guy yet. That'll be one of the things that I get to later. Because right now I don't know how I'm going to finish the enclosure for this. I think I'm just going to go coroplast for pretty much all the sides but the front. Just because our usual sources that I use for plastic right now for the enclosures is kind of not possible. So I might skimp out on the enclosure on this guy. Yes, this is a 0.04 or 0.4 nozzle. So it's a 0.4 nozzle, we're running 0.2 layer height, the usual. Oh yeah, we do have a separate gyroid infill, so you can't see it doing the gyroid infill shimmy. Yes, Andrew, this is stock speed for Voron V2. What am I printing? I am printing this little guy. Oh yeah, and who was it? Somebody has asked me what nozzle I like. Go on. AliExpress, Triangle Labs, products. Now, I don't print abrasive materials. Where's their nozzles at? So I don't need a hardened nozzle. I just print ABS and PLA, mostly ABS. So when it comes to nozzles, don't bother with the Ruby or their copy. High resolution. They have a plated nozzle that I like. It's the one that ships with the Dragon. And I bought one separately, so I have one in my Mosquito on the other printer. I don't have one for this guy. Yeah, it's one of these. So these nozzles I like. They're copper nozzles, so they're very good for temperature transference and heat transfers, but they're plated, so stuff doesn't stick to it. So it's very good for, like, you know, any plastic that has a tendency to stick to your nozzle. I like them. I have zero issues with these nozzles. The only issue is they only like come in like 0.4 millimeters. Yeah, it's copper plated. It's a copper nozzle with a plating on it. I think it's like nickel or something like that. Yes, you can go with the point. You can put any nozzle in these. It's like layer height. Whenever somebody asks, what layer height? Oh, what's the minimum layer height of a printer? This will print at 0.0025 millimeters because that's how much each step is, and you can just tell it to go to each step. So you can do 0.0025 millimeters, which is dumb. So asking what the minimum layer height of a printer is or the resolution is straight up marketing and makes really no sense when you think about it. So anytime you see a printer ad where it's like, ooh, the minimum layer or the resolution of 1 billion microns or whatever it is, it's kind of a dumb way of comparing because at 400 steps per millimeter, each step is 0.0025 millimeters, and it obviously can hit each one of those. So, closed loop for steppers, I never tried it. I've never really looked into closed loop for steppers. These function fine with NEMA 17s and 2209s, so I haven't really had to felt the need for anything stronger or closed loop. Like, I know closed loop, it keeps track if you like lose a step or anything, but just tune your printer right and build it right so you don't lose steps to begin with is my way of doing it personally. I think I've had like one layer shift on this guy back here in the past like year, and that was my own fault, trying to push 300 millimeters a second continuously with 10,000 acceleration for 2 hours. Yeah, V0 frame, LDO motors, that's the start of a good build right there. Should have zero problems with that. It's a good base. So we are having a little bit of stringiness issues, which makes sense. I haven't tuned for this plastic at all. But little wispies, I zero concern about because 2 seconds with a heat gun gets rid of the fuzz. Cardboard box on a Prusa, that's the easiest way to print ABS because cardboard's a good insulator. It's cheap. Your printer came in the box, so you know it'll fit in the box. Do I have any pics comparing? I don't, unfortunately. Actually, yes. So this was a 300 millimeters a second print, I think, or no, this was. I can't remember. I have the video on my YouTube channel. I have the video on my YouTube channel of printing this guy at a high speed. I think it was like 120 for everything or something. Or no, it might have been higher. I think it was like 150 or 200. I can't remember. It was a while ago. But when you're printing that fast, it's not so much that the printer, but cardboard is a fire hazard. If your printer is catching fire, you already have a fire in your house. So your printer is a fire hazard already. Get a printer that doesn't catch fire. I put bread in my toaster. I'm not worried about my toaster catching fire. Or if you're that worried, you know, put it in a concrete slab. Go buy some fire-rated drywall and use that as your enclosure. If you're that worried about your printer bursting into flames. Because I know majority of people don't worry about any of their appliances in their house bursting into flames. Oh, okay, so print speed. So mechanically, the printer can do 300 millimeters a second as long as you don't start losing steps, which I've had that issue on this at 300 millimeters a second, printing for several hours straight. The issue is you're trying to lay down plastic at those speeds, and you're going to see issues with the plastic itself. At 300 millimeters a second, I found that you couldn't do sharp edges or anything because the plastic was literally, as it's getting laid down, it's still kind of sticking to the nozzle and getting dragged along. So you see a lot of issues with imperfections from printing at those stupid high speeds. Plus, you start outrunning hot ends. Have you ever used an E3D Nozzle X? I'm having zero issues with the $8 Triangle Labs copper plated or copper nozzle with the plating. So how much is an E3D nozzle X, and will it be any better than zero issues? That's my problem with E3D. I find their stuff is good, but there's alternatives that work either just as good for much cheaper price. If it's hardened, then I'm assuming it's good, because I don't use hardened nozzles, so that's the thing. Yeah, server racks are good. That's the thing with the Voron. It's designed to be enclosed, so I can literally take this frame and slap panels on all four sides flush against the extrusion, and it'll be enclosed. Most printers, you have stuff sticking out past the frames, like Hevo's rail cores. You really have to like make a hat or a separate enclosure, like put it in a lax cabinet. So yeah, so that was one of the design goals of the Voron. All Voron printers can be enclosed within the frame volume. I don't print abrasive materials, so I don't need a hardened nozzle. If you're using a hardened nozzle, it won't have as good heat transference as copper or brass, so you're going to have other issues in the prints, and since I don't print abrasive materials, I see no point of using a hardened nozzle. Like, I print ABS and the odd PLA. I have done some polycarbonate and whatnot, but I don't print anything abrasive, so... Oh yeah, and another reason the belted Z is good. It is running with Z-Hop. So if anyone with a lead screw driven printer has ever watched like Z-Hop in action and just comparing it to a Voron, like every time it's moving between these areas, these little towers, it is doing a Z-Hop. So every time it's doing those little circle movements, it's doing a Z-hop between each one of those. Yep, DJ, that's exactly what I use. I use a copper nozzle with whatever plating Triangle Labs puts on it. It's $8 Canadian, or what, US or whatever it was, $8. And I've had zero issues. I've been running it for over a year nonstop, and I've had zero issues, so... Yeah, basically the taper versus flat. With the taper, the plastic can come out. Basically, I like the little bit of the flat on it because it has a tendency to just smush it down and make the layer a little bit more even. With the copper plated nozzle, I don't have to worry about the boogers. If I was printing a lot of PETG out of a normal nozzle, yeah, I would want a pointier one though. Which touchscreen do you use on the other Voron? It is a panel do. It's a 5-inch panel do, I believe, or the 4.7-inch panel do. It's a screen specifically for duets because it runs its own operating system and whatnot. Yeah, you don't need a screen for a duet. Same with Klipper, you don't need a screen, but I like having the screen there because a lot of times, especially like filament changes or just doing maintenance, like cleaning your printer, you know, if I want to just, move the head out of the way, it's a lot easier to just push a button instead of having to pull up my phone, connect to the Duet web controller or Octoprint, go through the settings. I can just push a button or turn it off in 2 seconds. So I do like using the screens on my printer, but I don't rely on them. Because believe me, if I didn't have to spend the price of a panel do, I would not have done it. I would have rather just used, the little clicky 12864 screens that everyone else uses. Yeah, everything's coming out good. I don't see any, nothing, I got no shifts, I got no imperfections. I should actually, now that I think about it, I should have had a piece of filament leading or a piece of Bowden leading the filament into the afterburner here. I don't have that, obviously. But everything seems to be going fine. According to Cura, let's see here. How we got left? Well, we're 34 minutes in. We got 50. We're at 54% done. So. Does the Duet? Yeah, DWC Duet Web Control does resize for phones, I believe. I haven't looked in a while, but I'm pretty sure it does. Okay, Andrew, so if you caught the beginning of my screen, what you're going to do is you're going to use your Duet, and you're going to install Klipper on it, and you're going to buy a $3 Arduino Nano, and you're going to use that to control your screen. So the Arduino Nano is controlling your screen instead of needing the Duet board or the panel do. So that way you get Klipper, you can use your Duet hardware, and you can use whatever screen you want. You just need to buy a Raspberry Pi, which you're going to want anyway, so you can have a webcam. Because that's another problem with the Duet. You can't run a webcam to it. You still need something else to run the webcam. Is there a way? Well, yeah, Brendan, for using the displays for filament changes, you just, I'll heat up the hot end and do the filament change there. I'll just use that for the controls. Because for filament changes, all I do is I heat it up, I extrude 5 millimeters of plastic, I'll unlatch it, pull out the filament, put the new filament in, extrude a couple millimeters, make sure it's feeding, and that's turn the temperature off. Yeah, I have 3 Pis. I got this guy, I got one in here, I got a Raspberry Pi Zero, I got a Raspberry Pi, so this is a 3B Plus, I got a Zero for the camera just watching this guy. V0 has a 3B Plus in it too. And then I got the Pi in here, this is just a regular 3B. This is being saved for a down the line project. And then for the i3 there, the crappy little i3 that I'm building, I've got this guy. This is a banana Pi, or not a banana Pi. This is an orange Pi Zero for like $10 or whatever. It's got a quad core. It's super ghetto. It's got some issues with the Wi-Fi antenna, but I'm going to use that to run Octoprint and Klipper off of ramps on that, because that printer is supposed to be the cheap printer. So I'm going to use cheap, bad hardware on purpose and get it working. Nathan, do you plan on printing with big fat nozzles all the time? Because if you only ever plan on printing with like a 0.4 or 0.6 nozzle, I would get the standard flow personally. If you plan on using 0.8 or pretty much, yeah, if you plan on printing with 0.8 as your standard size nozzle, get high flow. Otherwise, standard flow is fine. This is a standard flow nozzle, and you can see the speeds I'm putting out at 0.4 with 0.2 layer height. So yeah, so it appears to be for the print, the only issue we're having is some stringiness. Get a light on here. So yeah, so it does appear that we got some strings. But otherwise, everything looks good. Good morning, Jodaway. Jodaway? Jodaway. I think it's Jodaway. Good morning. Cost-saving measures. You could save money on the frame. You can use like the shitty Chinese profile. You can order Masumi frame that's silver instead of black, and that's not pre-drilled and tapped, and you can do all that work yourself to save some money. The bed, finding a bed is kind of hard because it's cast aluminum. You're not going to find that cheap really anywhere. If you find an offcut somewhere and cut it yourself, you might be able to save a bit. The stuff that you can cheap out on, though, that's the most money, I wouldn't recommend cheaping out on. I wouldn't buy an off-brand silicone heater mat, for example. I'd still buy a Kinobo there, a proper SSR. For your hot end, just run a V6, a Triangle Labs V6. You can get the hot end, the fan. Well, you don't need the fan, but the hot end, the heater, everything, the nozzle, for like 10, 15 bucks. And that's it's still a good setup. It's cheap, but it's good. Because we all ran V6s for years. Unfortunately with Voron, there are just so many components. If you save $1 here and there, it does add up a little bit. But is it worth saving the little buck here and there? I don't know. Basically look at the sourcing guide and then do a little bit of research. Just be careful buying stuff that's too cheap, especially electronic stuff. Like you can just buy, if you really want, you can run it on dual ramps with A4988s or dual SKRs with A4988s. You don't need the TMCs. They just make your life not hell with noise. Which, running this with interpolation now, I'm pretty sure this is a lot quieter than it was last week. The only thing that's loud on it is the fan, which won't be as bad once it's fully enclosed and not running at 100% because PLA. Nice. Yeah, so for the X, running a single rail, if you can get a really good rail that is super tight with the tolerances, moves freely, and doesn't rock or cant at all, you probably could get by with single rail. It's just the penalty you get from using dual rails isn't really much, and it's just easier to guarantee reliability with just going dual rail, and it's cheaper than compared to like 2 CNA rails for like 15 bucks each versus a genuine high wind. Do I run a cooling fan on ABS? Yes, I do. On my when I'm printing ABS enclosed, my ambient temperatures are about 50 C, and I run about a 15 to 20% part fan. Are there less noisy solutions for the fan? I believe the ones in the sourcing guide are a little bit quieter than the one that I use. I use cheap ones because I barely use the part fan. I use my printers fully enclosed, and they run in my basement. So nobody's around when they're running. They're in a room by themselves in the basement. So part fans, to me, I don't spend the more for the quieter fans because I don't care about quiet. I have Noctuas in here for cooling the taco, but for the part fan, I just buy ones that I know work. But I believe the ones in the sourcing card are a little bit quieter, and also these are running at 100% right now, unenclosed. That guy, fully enclosed, you can barely hear it running. What 40mm fan? I am using, I think it's a GDS time dual ball bearing. It's the dual ball bearing. Pretty much any dual ball bearing will be pretty good. I've had no issues with it. The fan you're hearing right now is the part fan, not the hot end fan. So it's the part fan that makes the noise, because it's a blower. It's a 4020 blower. Those things are a little bit whiny, unfortunately, but they work good. They're just a little bit whiny. Like here. So just to put it in perspective, I'm going to turn the fan off for a second. Okay, never mind. It won't let me turn the fan off. Off. And then fan back on. So yeah, it's mostly the part fan. The hot end fan doesn't make a lot of noise. What are the acceleration settings I use normally? I close Cura. I went over it earlier in the stream. Basically, depending on if it's an outer wall to an infill, I use anywhere from about 1600 millimeters a second to about 32 to 3600 millimeters a second for acceleration, and then travel is anywhere from 5 to 6000 millimeters a second. 24 volt fans are a little bit quieter than 12 volt fans, yes. Anything that runs at a higher voltage is more efficient, so there's less whine for the most part. I've never actually bought the exact same fan in 12 and 24 volt to compare, so that's what I've been told. Okay, we're coming up at the head. And we're at 72% complete. And we're 45 minutes in. It says 20 minutes left. It was estimated an hour and 2 minutes, so we'll see. I've been printing for about 2.5 years, involved with... I wasn't on the team at first, obviously, but I've been building Vorons for over 2 years now. Any issues with going 600 millimeters tall? The wobbles. As you go up, Z is the easiest of the directions that you can expand on with the least amount of detriment to the print, or to the printer. But still, 600 millimeters, this is 380. So if you were to go 600, you'd be adding, let's see here, so 380, so what? Let's see, 380. So we're at 380, there's 480, and 580, and 600. So if you go 600, look up, way up. That's how tall your printer is going to be, at the top of that ruler. So, personally, make sure, however big you build it, and you build it in whatever room you want it to stay in, that it fits through the door, for one. And two, at that height, you're going to run into issues with your Z belts, potentially. They might be a little springy because of tensioning that long of a belt. Now, they are 9mm, so they are more forgiving than the 6mm for XY. But at 600 millimeters, if you were to build one that high, if you really needed that print volume, I would build it and then I would bolt it to a wall or something to prevent it from wobbling. Because right now, you know, everything's low, but your gantry at 600 millimeters of height, when you're whipping around, will actually be able to probably exert a bit of force. And I bumped a Z belt there, so hopefully that doesn't show up in the print. Yeah, okay, man. How long would a Prusa take to print this model at like stock settings? Because this is pretty much stock Voron settings. I've done a few tweaks, but this is pretty much the stock settings. Because I sliced it originally with the absolute stock settings that we have in Cura for Voron V2. And it estimated an hour and 7 minutes, and I've tweaked it a bit, so now it's an hour and 2 minutes, and 20% infill. Three and a half hours. Oh my god. How do I have the Bowden tube up there hanging? It's going through the I use the filament guide from V2.0. because it's just a little plastic piece that holds the filament, because I don't run an exhaust fan. So 2 hours, so yeah, so half the time. So here's the thing with saving time with prints. A lot of people think like, oh my god, it prints so fast, it saves a ton of time. Saving time on prints is a very incremental thing. So certain things will save you a ton of time that you won't even realize, and certain things that you'll think save you a lot of time don't. So for example, like just bumping up your speeds may not save you that much time on a small print like this, because of the way acceleration works. You'll never hit those higher speeds. So yeah, you're telling it to do 200 millimeters a second, but the way your printer is set up and your accelerations are, over the max travel distance of a print this size, you might only hit 100 millimeters a second. So with a Voron, you can max out accelerations, pretty much any Core XY, but a Voron, you can max out accelerations, which means when you tell it to do fast travels, especially travel moves, it can punch out to those speeds right away and get the most benefit out of it. Might have a little bit of nozzle drag in there. So yeah, if you want to print fast, you basically want to maximize movement. So if you're printing multiple items, you want them as close together on the bed. You want your travel moves to be maxed out as fast as possible. You want your Z-hop moves to be maxed out as fast as possible. Basically anything that is dead time is bad time when you're printing. You can go fast on an i3, you just have to do certain things to set it up right. Like a big problem with i3s are the lead screws. So if I had Z-hop on here, watch this thing Z-hop around, you barely notice when it does a Z-hop. Like, okay, that was one there. That was one there. So you can barely tell when it's doing Z-hops, it's so fast. But like my Monoprice Select Mini, when that thing did a Z-hop, it is... which doesn't seem like a lot of time, but when you do it on a print that might have a few hundred to a few thousand of them, that adds up quite a bit. Like the Eiffel Tower model, I tried doing that on my V1.5 back in the day with lead screws, and watching that bed just lower and raise, versus trying to do it on a V2 where each Z-hop is literally pretty much instantaneous. Yeah. Also with a bed flinger, you do have all the extra moving mass. This thing, the moving mass is consistent in both directions throughout the entire print. So you don't really have to worry about speeding things up, inducing artifacting, because the print never moves. Yeah, Prusa's, I'm not a fan of their controller board personally. This is also running 2130s, but I'm running them in straight spread cycle only mode. Because frankly 2209s are where you should be running. So I'd be interested to see how a Prusa i3 would compare if you were running Klipper with 2209s, and just better drivers and more power. Because usually if you're losing steps and there's nothing mechanically wrong, something's overheating or something can't keep up. Because I do believe they still use an 8-bit board, but with an i3 bed flinger that shouldn't matter too much. Wouldn't be that good for polycarbonate. Yeah, it'd be an internal chamber temp thing. So as long as you're not pushing the internal chamber temperature above 60, you're pretty much okay in my opinion. 70's pushing it, 80 is at that point you should start replacing stuff with high temperated stuff. Okay, so if you were gonna swap out some stuff, you can't really change the gantry to 4040 because that would screw up all the geometry for the belt runs and everything. So the gantry would have to stay 2020 unless you redesign all the parts from the ground up. The frame itself, so the outer extrusions, you can probably swap to 4040 without much, if any, issue. So that would help you with the Z. Going big on the XY is more an issue of belts than anything. Core XY with those long belts have a lot of issues with ringing, with the belts being springy, trying to keep stuff tensioned. Core X, if you want to go that big, don't do Core XY. Use a Cartesian style cube frame printer, or look into some of the other styles like the Ultimaker or Crow XY. There's plenty of other options for larger format cube style printers. Do I run interpolation on all motors? I run interpolation on my XY and extruder. Actually, I should make sure I turned it on for extruder. Not that it really matters because I can't even tell. But I run interpolation on for XY, but I don't use interpolation for Z. Just because, just in case if it does induce any artifacting, I don't bother. Plus your Z's barely moving during a print, so you don't really need the interpolation. Let's see, do I have interpolation on for my extruder? I don't know. I have it off, but yeah, I can't tell. I honestly don't care if the extruder has interpolation on or off. I can't tell the difference, noise-wise. Okay, I think we're done the wings, so we're on to the head. $98. We are pushing 100 tonight, boys and possible girls. Although judging by my YouTube analytics, 99.8% of you are boys. So, unfortunately, for the most part, 3D printing is a sausage fest. But I am glad y'all are joining me tonight. And I am glad that this is helping out with people. So, want to see more builds. We're pushing 500 V2s now. What is the smallest layer height you've tried? I've done 0.1 millimeter. I find below 0.1, you're smushing the layers together so much, like it actually causes more issues. But I've run 0.1. I actually kind of like 0.15 or 0.16, depending on whatever your magic number is for your Z movement, because you always want your Z, your layer height, to be a division of the full step. You want it to be sitting on a full step. So at 400 steps per millimeter, I think it's like 0.04 millimeters. So you would want like 1 millimeter, 1.2 mil, or 0.1 millimeters, 0.12, 0.16, 0.18, 0.2, 0.22. You wouldn't want like a layer height of 0.15, for example, or something like that. You want to check the math, but basically you want your steps, your layer height, to be a division of a full step, because you want your Z motors moving in full steps. Are the stock speeds on a V0 relatively similar to a V2.4? Yes. I think the max speed is around 500, just for the fact that the NEMA 14s can't really keep up when pushed as hard. However, it is such a small bed that the odds of you ever hitting 300 millimeters a second on a print is quite small. For belts, the motor's still driving it regardless of what the motion system is. Now, are you ever really going to notice the difference between 0.15 layer height and 0.16 layer height? Probably not. So I've always just kind of kept the magic numbers. But for the most part, I'll print everything in 0.2. 0.2 is just my go-to. The only time I print bigger than 0.2 is if I'm using a thicker nozzle, and the only time I print less is if I'm using a smaller nozzle. So with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, I just leave everything at 0.2. Because unlike some people, I actually kind of like the look of layer lines in a print. So. Okay, Jack. So for the occasional printing for casual printing and the occasional print PIF, would I go with a 1.8 over a 2.4? So basically, now that the V1 has pretty much the same gantry as a V2, it's basically the same but flipped upside down and doesn't move. Print quality is pretty much going to be exactly the same. The only real differences with the V1 versus V2 is the bed. So on a V1 you have a moving bed. On a V2 you have a fixed bed, obviously. So it really came down, if you only planned on printing the odd thing every now and then, and you really wanted about a 250 millimeter printer, maybe 300, honestly, I'd say go V1. Oh, we're done. Did I add encode to this? Maybe I did. Oh, I do have stop code. Okay, cool, print's done. So I'll let that cool for a minute there. But yeah, so for the V1, the V2 is a really good like workhorse machine. I've got thousands of hours on mine. I'm probably pushing 10,000 now. So for a hobbyist, if you're not sure which one to build the V1, because you won't be disappointed with the V1 for sure. It is cheaper and it is a simpler build, so you'll have less issues with it, especially if it's your first printer building. Over 100, wow! At the end of the print and the end of the stream, we hit 100. Thank you all again. I'm not ending it, but thank you all for joining me here. So let's see. So we do have some stringing, obviously, because basically I just copied settings off my memory of what I normally use for ABS, and just kind of drop some temperature. So now we got to get this guy off the tape. God, I can't wait till my flex plate comes in. There we go. Let me turn on autofocus and see if the camera will pick it up. Yeah, that's about all it's going to get. Okay. So I want to show you this print before I clean it up, because obviously it's got some... So it's got stringies on it, which, you know, I never spent any time calibrating the extruder or the retraction or anything. So give me a minute here, and I will start taking off these some of this stuff, the supports. It's funny, I hate models that come with built-in supports, because I found they never come off clean. I always end up taking a chunk out of it. I'm pretty sure these are mesh mixer supports, which I've never actually been a super huge fan of. I like my tree supports. Try not to damage anything. Oh, this whole part comes off. Oh yeah, I will definitely post pictures of this guy on Discord. Don't worry about that. I got some from the cube from last week. And again, all we did today was just some very easy configuration tuning. We didn't really go too much into detail for quality, and slicer settings as well are barely tuned. This is some basic slicer settings. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys a trick here. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Can you print this model without support? No, there are details on it that do require support, and the model comes with the supports. So, if you've ever had stringiness on your printer, like you got a little bit of peach fuzz, instead of trying to pluck it off, heat gun. On low settings, will basically just melt them. Now you gotta be careful because it's PLA, and you'll melt your PLA. But 2 seconds with a heat gun gets rid of the fuzz. Because honestly, anytime I see a print review and they critique fuzz, especially when they just unbox a printer and they print something there's a little bit of fuzz on it, and it makes some fuzz, that's you just don't have your slicer settings right or your extruder settings right. That's not an issue with the printer. Yeah, not bad. Oh, I still got... Is that support? That's more support. Okay, that didn't really need support. There we go. So I will post pictures of this guy on the Discord. Focus. Yeah, there is a little bit of ringing there, but at the speeds that we're pushing, I kind of expect that ever so slight amount of ringing, especially in some of these details. Because ringing, for the most part, is speed. Again, these belts haven't had their 12-hour tension yet, so my XY belts are actually kind of loose right now because we tensioned them up originally, but you're supposed to retension them after running your printer for about 12 to 24 hours. So my belts are a little bit loose on the XY. So I do expect a little bit of ring coming from that, and then also the speeds we're printing with. Vorons print fast. A lot of ringing is simply just to the fact that a printer is printing fast. So you can always get rid of ringing just by slowing down. Now, at a certain point, you're going to have a trade-off where what is acceptable speed and what is acceptable ringing. If you're printing out functional parts that are for like printers, for example, a little bit of ringing doesn't affect anything in terms of usability of the part. So I have slicer settings specifically for fancy parts, and I have slicer settings for just give me this part now, I need it to work. So that's definitely something you're going to have to tune for your printer and your use case. But yeah, like I could definitely print this better if I went slower, but that was a 1 hour print. So yeah, more. I think there's a lot of support. So I will take some pictures of this guy. I'll put it up on the Discord tonight. This stream, all my streams are saved. So if you missed any part of it and you want to go back and watch it, the VODs are on my YouTube channel. So don't forget to like and subscribe, as always, because it does help out the channel. I'm surprised and actually astounded by the amount of growth this is getting. This is helping out a lot of people build. I'm trying to branch out a little bit into non-Voron stuff, just because a lot of stuff that, I have nothing against teaching other people how to make good printers and make good prints. So I am trying to branch out a little bit. Because as long as people keep watching and liking it, I'll keep trying to make content. So while I clean up, what is it? It's midnight here. What I normally do, as always, for the last 5 or 10 minutes here, I'll leave an absolute open floor if anyone's got any questions. Feel free to ask them, and then we'll close it out after that. Because if I got to clean, you got to be here while I clean. Turn this off. And next stream, this guy will actually probably be on the bench. So I'll have him most of the enclosure done by then, hopefully, and he'll be living on the bench. So yeah, I did mention it near the beginning of the stream, but actually I have this whole week off work. So I will be doing, or attempting to do, a 24-hour stream, or not exactly a 20. I'm going to print something big that'll take a while. I might try to do something that'll take up the whole print volume, again in PLA, but I'll probably be doing that some point this week, either Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not too sure. I'll mention it on the Discord when I think about it. So there is that to look forward to. Bernardo, $5. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. As always, anyone who does donate to the stream, everything goes to either Voron stuff or stuff for the stream. So thanks to your previous donations, I do have an Elgato Cam link, so that's why you are seeing this better quality here. We have been running this for about a couple of weeks now. So if anyone wants to see how bad it was at first, go back to watch my very first stream. So because of your guys' support, we have a better camera. I put in obviously some of my own money. I got a mic here and whatnot. But anything donated goes to either Voron stuff or helping out the stream. and it's more on stuff to give you content. Because believe me, I'm not making money off this. This guy is going to go live on the bench now. Recommended ABS for printed parts. If you've never printed ABS before, I would suggest the eSun ABS Plus because it's extremely forgiving for newbies, and it's very low warp. KVB plastic though is it actually, if you can print ABS, KVP ABS is very good as well. I stick with eSun ABS because I'm up here in Canada. It's relatively easy to get, it's relatively cheap, and it's just extremely consistent. But do you have any thoughts? Okay, so after seeing the BOM and sourcing guide, do you have any thoughts about the order to acquire make things? Start printing your parts and order everything at once because it's going to show up over the next 3 to 4 months. So it doesn't matter really what order you order it in because it'll all show up randomly. Okay. Okay, glad you enjoyed the stream, James. Is there a need for linear rail maintenance and how often? What I do is I clean mine before I install them. I give them a grease up, and then once installed, every now and then I'll put a drop of grease or something on the rails. But I've taken mine apart after, during a teardown. So when I do like a 2.2 to a 2.4 upgrade, and they still function fine. I use thicker grease the most. I find it lasts longer, and I haven't really noticed any issues with it. ABS Plus typically it does print at a little bit lower temperatures. It doesn't need quite as hot of a bed, so it is more forgiving. I print at about 235 to 240 for eSun ABS Plus. Easy Cowboy 1, $9.99. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for joining us tonight. I've been watching a lot of the RV. Glad to be finally caught up. Oh, you caught up, man. That is the worst when you find like something, like you find a YouTube or a comic or something, and you can it's new to you, so you can dive in and you can go through all the catalog, and then you're like next, and then you hit next and nothing changes, and you're like, oh wait, I'm caught up. Now I have to wait another week for another video or something. So now you know the pain. D-Croc, glad you liked it, man. Okay, let me make some. And this is another reason I can't build another Voron. I'm running out of space here. Man, this is heavy. There we go. Yeah, because right now I got the two V2s. I got two V2s. I got the V0 on the little bench down there. And then the little i3 is going to sit next to that. And this is the workspace. So I am running out of room for printers. So I'm going to have to move it in the garage at some point. But for now, we're good. Any advice on getting parts in Australia? Bed and extrusion is the biggest. We have an Aussie Land section in the Discord. Post in there, ask them. I'm sure because we do have some Vorons down under, and I'm sure they know the best way to get stuff. Because I'm on pretty much the exact opposite side of the planet as you. So they would definitely know a lot more about it than me. So that's what I would recommend, Matt. The TT Sapphire Pro printer. Let me pull that guy up. What speed changes would you recommend with only a single X-rail? I would recommend dropping your speeds maybe 5 to 10 millimeters a second. Not much. It's accelerations you're going to want to drop. So that's that's what I would be looking at, is accelerations, because you can still hit the speeds. You don't want it shifting too quick. The Sapphire Tree, it looks like a standard. What is it? Is it a Core XY? It's a standard China extrusion Core XY printer. I don't like the fact that the top plate is hopefully that's metal. Okay, so let's critique a random printer. So let's see here. so we got the Sapphire 2 trees. Interesting FDM with Core XY style setup. Read a review. I'm not going to read the review. So the top plate, hopefully that's metal. Otherwise, you're going to have a ton of flex there. You have unsupported... Okay, Core XY, you want belts straight. Anytime belts are on angles, you're going to add... it kind of screws up the kinematics. Well, the rail is supported. Again, hopefully that's metal underneath it. A 32-bit board. Advertising a 32-bit board is pointless nowadays because everyone has a 32-bit board. Everyone has TMCs. It's basically a gimme right now. A knockoff BMG. Okay, it's a Benchy. A lot of stringing. It's a Bowden setup, so getting rid of stringing is going to be kind of a pain. The overhangs are kind of shit there. Not horrible, but it's a Chinese Core XY printer. Looking at that, okay, looking at the idler there, the idler stack. Do you really think that's going to last the test of time? I wish there were more pictures of this. Your zip ties holding your belts on. I don't think there's any way to tension the belts on this thing. Yeah, see how the belts aren't perfectly straight. Anytime you have imperfectly straight belts on Core XY, it can basically be an issue with accuracy because the way the math works for Core XY, it's assuming everything's moving in straight lines. Oh, what do we got here? Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with the Sapphire, but just looking at it, nothing stands out as being like, oh my god, amazing. It just looks like another generic China printer. I don't like the bed. I don't like cantilever beds, especially on rails like that, just because of stability long term. And one lead screw, you're looking at Z wobble if it's not assembled correctly. Jotaway, €50. Wow. Thank you, man. Wow. Unmute. There we go. Okay. I don't know where I muted at. Okay. I'll jump back. Jody Way, thank you. Thank you. I definitely appreciate that. Big help. Glad you enjoying the streams, man. Okay. So Klipper, here is a link. That is the floor. Here is a link to the default install for Klipper. Installing Klipper is actually really easy. You just have to basically follow step by step, and then off you go. Now, I believe there are some videos on YouTube for installing Klipper on a Voron. If you search Klipper Voron install, it should show up. I think Maglin did one, and Downward did one as well. But I unfortunately can't do one because I don't have SKRs. So I don't have like the stock standard setup to show it on. So yeah. So DJ 10. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, so I'm gonna call it here. It's past midnight. I'll take some pictures of this guy though, and put it up on the Discord. And then as for again during the week, I'm gonna do the stream print. I'm not going to be, you won't see me on camera. It'll probably just be the camera set up and the printer printing for a day. But I'll put that up live. And then for next week, we'll probably move on to a new project. So thank you all for joining me again tonight. I hope this has been educational. I hope it's been entertaining. Thank you all for taking the time out of your night to keep me company while I work in my printer room here. And as always, be safe, wash your hands, and take care. Have a good one. Peace.